Ah, here we go. I found it for you floating. Minecrafter, hear me out. Oh, you guys. Let's get the SSTO finished up, dudes, okay? Let's get that SSTO all figured out, and then maybe we could do like a week of variety streaming or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Excuse me, when my summer car? Perkele! Perkele! Oh, Satana. Maybe we'll do like a week of variety streaming or something. The MC server does look good, though. It do look good. It do be looking good, though. Can you please juggle on stream? I actually can't juggle, Merkers. Variety streaming is the point of early hours. Oh, yeah. You hate me. Why do you hate? Starship modeling, then. We should get back to that as well. Satana. Everyone's hitting you up to do different things. I had to jump on the train. Well, thank you very much for not helping. No, guys, yeah, deadline, dude. We gotta prioritize. I gotta switch over to KSP. We will do space news today, though, so... large SSTO parametry constructor raquetes nositel normal. Jest normalna. Okay. Darn Russians messed up everything this morning. Alright. Let's go into KSP. Let's do it. Just type in... I think it's exclamation point map in chat. But anyway, what do you want to do? Primo, I actually want to play KSP. Believe it or not. Yeah, I want to play Kerbal. We got the SSTO pretty much up and running, dude. I want to work on the big SSTO now, and then on the other side of Space News, right? On the other side of Space News, I want to build the crew access vehicle. I want to build the crew ingress and egress vehicles for the pad. So, cutting funding. Oh. Chat got to put a message in there. That was a joke. You guys actually fund most projects pretty well. I want to go rotate that crew off of the space station. Yeah, we need to do a CFT. So, I'm going to send the SSTO up there with crew. We'll rotate the crew off the space station, and then we can leave Voyager, the Dart that's up there, as a lifeboat just in case. But in the before hours here, we're gonna work on the big boy, the SSTO that we affectionately call Large Chungus. Yeah. The whole point, IQ, of mission mode is to teach people how generally teach people about how, more or less how the real space program works. You know, it's not, sometimes you have to take into account the human condition there. All right, let's go. Okay, time to cancel the program then, Kappa. You already did that. You already did that. No, Havix, the current pad can't do that. I'm screwed. There's a reason why I'm not doing early hours, man. I was building my Minmus refueling station last night in Kerbin Orbit, and I had an EVA engineer construct struts onto the ship. After 8 struts, the entire thing started shaking violently and exploded to pieces. Yeah, you have to be careful with construction, Taradra. What most likely happened... What most likely happened is if you have one module here, right, and then you have your docking port there, and then you have another module here, right, with its docking port there, if you, like, run one strut right here, when the space station is bending, like, say it's doing this, right, and you run a strut and connect it like that, and then you get out of construction mode and go back into construction mode, and the thing kind of bends out, and you add another strut on the other side, the struts tug against each other. They'll like, one is trying to pull it this way and the other one's trying to pull it that way. Whenever Kerbal shakes and a module explodes, that's Kerbal's way of telling you whatever you made wasn't structurally sound. And it comes from the module just kind of weeble wobbling around. Next time you go do orbital construction, time warp, and then go into construction mode, because time warping will lock everything back into position, and then run the strut. Don't run the strut just while the thing's doing this, because it'll freak out. Was it launched or what? Da. Parametri constructed rakiety nositel normal. Yeah, it was good, PY. Good launch. Proton did not fly into the ground. Very good. Yeah, Taradra, if that makes any sense. Think about, like, struts, kind of like ratchet straps, dude. Taradra, you ever, like, ratchet strap something into a pickup bed or something? You gotta be very... You gotta make sure that what you want is in the right spot, because if you don't and you start ratchet strapping it down, it's gonna friggin' move. Right? Like, if you try to ratchet strap too many things, it'll move around, right? When you're bunkering it down. Basically that. Same thing. Like I said, if stuff blows up in KSP, or stuff starts wiggling, or a rover wheel freaks out, that's Kerbal's way of telling you that what you made is not structurally good enough. For the big SSDO, will you just build the same pad but on a bigger scale? That's the idea, Velo. It shouldn't be too hard. Yeah, there's this exactly, Alex. The struts are not rigid. They are like ratchet straps. Think about it like ratchet strapping something. Like, Alex, I don't know what the French word for it is. Hang on, before I Google this. It's probably going to tell me ratchet straps in your area. Struts work like this. They're this thing. I don't know what the French word for this is. That. That's what a strut is. It's very much like that. Famous last words. Yeah, I know, right? Sangle? Is that what you call that? I don't know what you guys call these things. We call them ratchet straps because it goes clickety-click like a ratchet. And before you make fun of me, yes, that is what they sound like, okay? I've lost the bleeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. It's not all he's lost. Sangle a clique. Ratchet strap. The what? The what and the what? Yeah, struts work like that. Learning languages with EJ. The. Yeah. C. Hi. Yes. C. Clique because it clicks. Hey, French viewers. Do you guys know... Well, this is going to be a dumb question. You guys know Jean Reno, right? The actor, right? Have you ever... Cormalina in Finnish. Nice. You guys ever watch Ronin? With Jean Reno in it? And, I mean, De Niro's in it, and Sean Bean is in it. Dude, I watched Ronin last night. They committed seppuku, ritual disembowelment. Yeah. And Stellan Skarsgård is in it. Yeah. Thank you, Zero. Yeah. Ronin is amazing. I forgot how good that movie is. Draw it again. Draw it again. Just draw it again. You got two shooters across from each other. Shoot the getaway car, shoot each other dead. Where'd you learn that? What's the color of the boathouse at Hereford? I don't like your attitude. You talking about an ambush, Spiffy? I just ambushed you with a cup of coffee. Draw it again. Come on, draw it again. Draw it again. Draw it again. Yeah. Dude, freaking Ronin, man. What a great movie. I forgot how good that movie is. So, I did a little bit of reading, and that movie is directed by John Frankenheim. Dude, he is an old school director. That's the same guy that directed Grand Prix in 1966. Grand Prix was an amazing movie. So, I probably can't show it, but how long did it take for Sean Bean to die? I don't think Sean Bean dies in Ronin. Grand Prix is a masterpiece. So, I'm going to show you a clip from this, right? And you guys are going to be like, huh? Wait a minute. How did they do that in 1966? Check this out. Like once again, I don't want to get DMCA, so I got to mute it or something. But look. John Frankenheimer, right there. Look. How did you get this shot in 1966? How is the camera stabilized? Look at freaking Monza, dude. Bro. A gimbal. Yeah, but the it's a camera from 1966. It's not exactly small. It's not like a friggin' GoPro. Dude, and it's not just this, right? Oh, look at Riscos, man. You gotta be kidding. I mean, well, that's swimming pool. Oh, that's so baller. No, serious. It's Monaco, right? But, yo, check this out. I gotta show you. Look. This is footage from the movie. Oh, Grand Prix is amazing. And Ronin. They were directed by the same guy. Look at some of these shots, dude. This is from 66. How did they... What, did you put the camera on a gimbal mounted on the car? How did they make that? Look. Oh, that's so cool. Look at the bank. Pista de alta velocita. High-speed loop. Oh, that's so sick, dude. I mean, dude, it was cutting edge for the time, and Ronin is the same way. Oh, look at that. That's so cool. Yeah, Tessa, I do, actually. Yeah, please do that. Pretty crazy, huh? What's that, Thomas? Oop. Oh, why would you... Oh, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Oh, that would be pretty freaking cool. The French Connection, dude. Yeah. French Connection was great, man. Gene Hackman. But yeah, no, I watched Ronin last night, and I was like, man, the second unit director in this movie is insane. It's such a good movie. The camera cars were used during the actual GP races where Lotus 25... Oh, they used the... Okay, so they used the Lotus 25 at Monaco and a McLaren M2B Ford at Spa, both driven by Phil Hill. Nice. A camera was mounted at the front only at Monaco, and an additional one filming the driving wheel was in place at Spa. Aerial shots were filmed from an Alouette 3 helicopter. It's really cool. Yeah, Clayton, look what they did at Knight Rider. But, dude, that movie is 55 years old, man. Did you see some of the shots? Those shots are good by today's standards, man. Like, how do you frame that and stuff? It's Alouette equals Sparrow. Merci. Alright. So, Alex, have you seen the big one yet? Look. This is where we stopped. I stopped construction on the 3rd because I realized we couldn't build it in time. So this is the big one. Even with the Borked RCS. Thanks, Jay. Yeah. That is a large piece of aerodynamics. It should scale, Alex. I should be able to build literally the same thing as the small one. I should be able to. Hey, Banana Time. Rob Glab. Top of the morning to you, laddie. It's not top of the evening. It's not morning for you. Aerodynamics in Kerbal should scale pretty linearly. And Alex, you know it does scale. So aerodynamics in real life it's not a linear scale, if I'm remembering right. So if you make like a paper airplane, right? Wow, paper airplane. If you make a paper airplane, right? And then you make a one that's 4 times as big, it's not going to fly exactly the same, but there is a correlation between small and big with aerodynamics. Avion and papier. Papier. Papier? Why do you make letters not sound like how they are? Oh, I shouldn't be saying that as somebody that speaks English. Banana Time. Gifted a sub to Halsey. Papier. This is the large one. I shouldn't be saying that because speaking English, man. Your, and your. And there, and there. Literally the same word 3 times over, spelled differently. Or a different word. Yes, pronounced the same freaking... Yeah, you know what I mean. Welcome to my world. Alex, you know what the thing is? Like, you know how there's always like a second language? Like, in a lot of the U.S., dude, there's a second language. The second language is Spanish, so you see stuff in English and you see stuff in Spanish, right? Yeah, Bienvenido de los Estados Unidos. Up here in Massachusetts and in Vermont, New Hampshire, in my neck of the woods, because we're close to Montreal and Quebec, French.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Yeah, French is the second language around. Not so, you don't see it so much anymore, but if you go up north, yeah. Oh, not into Canada, obviously. But if you go up north, yeah, you know, up into Vermont and northern parts of New Hampshire, yeah, you see French. French is the second language everywhere. Stash is quite a development. I know, isn't it sweet? Yeah, Reynolds number and aero scaling. Ska, 7-month resub. I've seen old camera gimbal mounts on motorcycle sidecars for filming before. Yeah. Yeah. Watch Ronin, though. Oui, baguette croissant. So you started to believe in the ailerons. Yeah, Astral, they work. German is also nice. Jamanden umfahren. Yeah. Or Jamanden umfahren to run somebody over. Oh, that's good. That's good. Bot, drought, though, thorough, through, tough, cough. Wookie, don't. Yeah, no, like I said, we shouldn't be saying that as people that speak English, man. The words do different things. Stop it. Anyways, SSTO time. We. Alright. Wait, what's that word in German? The zipper maneuver, when you have two lanes merging into one car goes ahead of the other. How do you say the zipper maneuver? Zipper merging? Reißverschlussverfahren. Ja, ja. Danke. Danke, Duraj. Ja. Reißverschlussverfahren. Ja. Hi, I'm German. I'm just going to combine words together. This is the name of this thing is the single stage to orbit biconic reentry usable vehicle. Yep. That's the whole name. Zipper right away. Nah, I like you guys. Germans aren't it. Alright, let's go. We're neighbors, am I right? I don't know, man. We just have Canadians as neighbors. I mean, some of them are French Canadian. It is not a jackhammer. It is a jockhammer. Yeah, of course, Clayton. Alright, let's do this. Last Velo. Is the plan for KSP just going full ham on the large one? Yeah, pretty much. Thank you. I was waiting for the Family Guy reference. Alright. Let me bring myself back up to speed. So, that's the prototype craft file, but we need to go into the 5B1 fuel tank config file. This file over here is a configuration of the fuel tanks, and it's a mass simulator. So, I know it looks like it looks like something out of Mad Max here, I get it. This is more or less a tally of this is all the parts that I need to make the arrow shell right here for this thing. So this thing will look basically just like a big version of the other. It will look like a big version of the other vehicle. That's it. Alex, yeah. What are we doing with the smaller one? Crew transport? I'd like to do that for the second part of Kerbal tonight, Banana Time. Krex, was ist das? Parkpaume with Schaftungszone is a real fancy way of saying parking lot. Parkpaume with Schaftungszone. See, like, that's the thing, Krex. The words are long, but they're not. Like, here. Like, let me go back to the zipper thing. So, Reißverschlussverfahren. Like, when you. It's just that all the words are combined, right? All the words are combined together. So, like, if I was describing what type of vehicle this is, for instance, right? It would be the triangular shaped single stage to orbit that is also reusable, right? It's just basically combining that all into one word. It's not that, you know what, that's what I've noticed. It's not that it's really particularly hard to pronounce. It's hard to look at. You're like, what the heck is it? But once you get it, it just doesn't seem like it's that big of a deal. Yeah, if you spread it out, Steven, right? Parkpaume with Schaftungszone. It's just that everything is combined. You're like, brain. Reißverschluss is just zipper. Verfahren. Zipper procedure. Typo incoming. The second P stuck in there. Hey, Krax, it's good to see you, man. How you doing? Wie geht's? Wie geht's, mein Freund? Nice Kraken ship. Thanks, Fling. Alright. Hi, I said a thing to you. Hi, Posister. Alright, what's up, man? Yeah, it does. If you're reading it, you're like... Alright. So the richest person ever to go into space, the oldest person ever go into space, the youngest person ever go into space, and the richest person whoever go into space's brother walk into a space bar. Or walk into a bar. Dude, people are going to hate me for this, but the NS-16 mission made me like Jeff Bezos more. I'm going to get grilled for that, and that's totally fine. I'm going to get grilled hard for that, dude. It actually makes me like, seems like a pretty good dude. Like, how many times have we ever actually stood here and heard him speak, you know? I've never heard, it's very rare that you hear him talk. I hope he comes out of his shell a little bit more, dude. It seems like the vibe that I'm getting from him is that he just did this whole Amazon thing so he could do space stuff later. Twitter's been a hellhole, though. We saved the Expanse. Yeah, Grabshark, you know he funded the Expanse out of pocket, right? Like, he's like, no, I like this show. I want to see more of it. Here, you're funded. Yeah, he confirmed Neil Armstrong yesterday. The good thing about space is that there's no... Oh, for real? Whoa. I'm good. Thanks for asking. I'm glad to see you making so much progress in the last couple of weeks. Been a lot of testing. Still having a great time with the VODs, though. Yeah, that's good, man. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. Yeah. Guy's a space nut, Grabshark. And you know what? As a spaceflight fan, nobody's above criticism. But I like you. Literally willing to throw his personal fortune at solving the problems of colonizing space. It's pretty damn commendable, dude. And don't get me wrong, Elon Musk has been doing that for 20 years. And that's, like... You know what, man? I'm just happy that two of the richest dudes in the world decided to make launching into space cheaper their freaking passion projects. Thank you. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we'll see a net benefit of that, hopefully, in another couple of years. Hold on, New Armstrong. New Shepard, New Glenn, New Armstrong. He confirmed it yesterday, Alex. No, Senchai, this one is going to be an exact copy. Yeah, Astral, that's what Blue Origin is trying to do. Blue Origin is more focused on colonizing space. Now, and SpaceX is more focused on colonizing Mars. So... I mean... I don't not want this. And there's also New Lindbergh, which is something. I'm telling you, Thomas, since 2017... I used to say it was 10 years. That was incorrect. I didn't say that right. Since 2017, Jeff Bezos has been cashing out his Amazon shares to the tune of $1 billion a year to fund Blue Origin since 2017. So 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021. He's sunk 5 Bs into Blue Origin already. Dude, that's NASA budget. That's NASA budget big. Well, that's net worth, Astral. That's net worth, Astral. So, like, that's what his total assets are worth, right? So, like, my net worth has, you know, it's not just what you have in your bank account, right? It's not just what you have in your bank account. My net worth is what I have in my bank account and then, like, the equity for all my cars. So the Mustang, the Coronet, and the truck, which admittedly is not that much. But, dude... He's taking his shares of Amazon and cashing them out. And that is pocket change, which is nuts to me, dude. Like this guy has sunk 5 Bs into freaking space flight, dude. Like, I'm flattered. Holy crap, dude. You could buy like your own continent or something. No. Like, the U.S. bought Alaska for less money in the 1800s. Can we refer to bees as bananas now? So space belongs to rich people like everything else. What a big surprise. Yeah, I mean, Chief, it's funny because you literally didn't listen to the presser yesterday. That's cool. Yeah, he called people like you that say that. He called you out, actually. He said, no, I'm not trying to make it for rich people. I'm trying to make it for everybody. Those are his words verbatim. Now how do you feel? Yeah, that's right, J-Speed. Yeah, pointed directly at you, Chief. No, that's what he said, dude. I'm not trying to make it an escape for rich people. I want Earth to be a gigantic national park. I mean, he said that in the past. He didn't say that yesterday, but he inferred it pretty hard. So will he donate me a seat to go to space? Are you a nonprofit? Are you a charity case? You tell me. I ain't no charity case. I don't want him to give me a seat. I'll buy my own seat. Thank you very much. Why would he do that, Access? Because he actually kind of believes the same exact thing that I believe, which is a little weird. You want to solve climate change? Get people off the planet. Stop manufacturing down here. That's a good way to solve climate change. You don't want to change the climate on Earth? Take humans out of the equation. Not that way. By launching people into space and building cities in space instead of cities on the ground. And then mining rare earth metals from the belt or asteroids and stuff. That's what Blue Origin is. That's what Blue Origin's working on. They're really working on some expanse stuff, which is pretty nuts to me, dude. That's pretty insane. I'm an average working person. I won't be able to afford it. I mean, Chief, this is what I don't get, dude. He literally said, I'm trying to make space more affordable for everyone. Not just for billionaires or millionaires. I'm trying to make it affordable for everyone. And this is what he said verbatim, dude. And it's not just you. Everyone's like, wow, no, that's crap. Like, what? What do you mean? You're saying he said the opposite of what he said. Yeah, I agree, Bank. Bank, you alright? Yeah, Access, right? Bank, do you need help? What's up, Phil? Eric admitted yesterday that he was going to ask about the BE4 and where Blue Origin is actually going at the ceremony yesterday. Good thing Blue didn't take questions. If I could do my job remote, what's the over-under on a Bezos brand space house? I don't know. But dude, Wookie, he wants to make like O'Neill cylinders and stuff. Do you know what an O'Neill cylinder is? Hold on. This is some... O'Neill cylinders are nuts. See, like if you literally Google O'Neill cylinder, his face pops up. It's good to have goals, I guess. Hey, Passing, what's going on? Well, hot dang, the biggin's looking good. Thanks, man. Isn't the deadline today? Well, the bonus deadline would have been today. We're not meeting that, so we got to get to work. Yeah, Bam, that's the thing, man. Like, once upon a time, airline travel was only for rich people. Once upon a time, maritime travel was only for, guys, just give it some time, dude. Just give it some time. And don't get me wrong, it took the airline industry 30 years to make it affordable. But look at how fast the tech goes nowadays. The technology goes 1,000 times faster. We can prototype 1,000 times faster, man, because of computers and stuff. So we're going on a technological scale that gets exponentially faster. What's the hardware engineers for like computers? What's the name of that? There's a law that states that computing power will get greater over time. It's an exponential gain. I forget what it's called. Is it Moore's Law? Yeah. Dude, no, not Murphy's Law. That's something different. Murphy's Law is something different. Yeah, Moore's Law. That's happening with aerospace nowadays. Look at how far we've come in 5 years. Just 5 years ago, SpaceX landed their first rocket on the drone ship, CRS-8. They landed it on the drone ship in 2016. 10 years ago, landing a rocket propulsively was thought as stupid and a waste of time. Imagine where we're going to be in 10 years. In 2031. In AD 2101, war was beginning. Hey, RG, what's up? The main limit is material science, but with neural net processing, and AI passing to do rapid prototyping, even material science, dude. Even material science, we can progress so much faster. Though nowadays, Moore's Law is not really relevant. We're starting to hit the limit of what silicon can do with these single-digit nanometer scale transistors. Yeah, Stereo, we need to figure out that, what is it, quantum computing? That's what we gotta get to. We gotta get to that damn quantum computing. Dude, I refuse to believe that, not refuse, that's not a right way to say it. I don't believe that, like, oh, it's only gonna be for rich people, it's only gonna be for rich. Dude, we are rapidly approaching a paradigm shift in how we think about space. And if Starship gets off the ground, and then whatever Jeff Bezos is cooking up gets off the ground too, holy crap. EJ, this does not change the fact that I really like space and engineering for my life passion. However, being realistic and saying space will not be accessible in our lifetime to the average working person. You know what, Chief? Like, I'll be honest with you, I'm a little disappointed to hear that from you. I don't think saying never... I think saying never is not a good way to think about that, dude. Like, I don't like thinking cynically like that, to be 100% real with you. I think that's very counterintuitive, but hey, everybody, that's cool. I refuse to believe that. Because if you're just going to admit defeat now, you're never going to realize what could have been. I don't think that's the right way to go about that problem. I will be more than happy to be proven wrong. Yeah, I guess. Here, I'm going to prove you wrong by making spaceflight cheap in Kerbal with this SSTO. What a segue! Alright. So, let me look at the numbers here. Big Chungus returns. Yeah, I know, Tessa, that's right. Yeah, besides, it worked in KSP. Yeah, Synthesis, I'm in the be the change you want to see category, I refuse to believe that. Call me optimistic. So STCO, how's it looking? Loopy, it's looking good. I mean, you saw the Crew 1 land. I gotta get my bearings here, to be honest. I don't know exactly where I left off. I think we got the structural prototype figured out. Chilling with you all on your birthday, wishing you the best. Why do you guys give me presents on your birthday? This isn't how this works. Well said, Busy. I agree with you. Bearings, they're in the robotics tab. Oh. Oh, yes. I don't have them unlocked. I am damaged, Strug. Whatever. It's alright. Okay. Jeez, do you have a kazoo yet? I got an automaton. Why do I need a kazoo? Thomas, you think SpaceX is sizing it up? They're sizing it up for a Dragon refurbishment facility. You know why? Because it's closer to Dragonland. They're going to unload from there. Calling it now. Oh, I gotta get Glebless back. That's right, Synthesis. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that now before I forget. Yeah, we had a little bit of a weird anomaly. We've had an anomaly? We have to secure the area? Alright. What the hell was I doing in here? Oh, I was messing with craft files. I have no idea what that is. Okay, let's just not. Oh yeah, that was the joystick bindings for episode 1 Racer. I forgot about that. That's what that was, dude. I was like, what is going on here? Alright, so we're in Notepad. We gotta find Gleb Liz. We need to check the flight state for another Kerbal. Hang on. So, state, I don't know what the other state is, so let's just go Bill. Let's find Bill Kerman. State is available, it's not alive. Okay, so copy that. Go back over here to Gleb Liz. We're necromancing a Kerbal here. Switch that over to available. And don't get me wrong, I wouldn't resurrect a Kerbal like this, but my kind of run-of-the-mill rule, and I forgot what it was, but I remembered. My run-of-the-mill rule is anytime something like this happens, if a Kerbal, like, stubs their toe and the game goes berserk during pad operations, it's generally okay. What happened? Glebless jumped off the side of the launch pad yesterday, not a long distance, maybe like 1 to 2 meters, and she landed and just popped. I'm like, well, that's good. So, there's other things you have to mess with here. There's one more thing you have to mess with. Yeah, you have to remove the log of her dying. There's a flag somewhere here that you have to modify. Give me 1 second. Man, she's done a lot. This is all the time she's ever integrated a rocket. There's hundreds of them. 271. Recover. There. Why not just remake them in the F12 menu? I like doing this. Glebless stubbed her toe yesterday and literally exploded. Okay. There we go. Now we're good. I don't know, Sunshine. It's kind of a conversation for another day, I suppose. What's that, Thomas? Would make sense to put unloading area closer to Dragonland. They were also dunking a weird Dragon 1 and 2 hybrid capsule in the port today. Huh. We're editing out heart attacks now? Yeah, it's called having a stint put in. They do that in real life. Alright, RG. Sanjay. See you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Oof. Need a liter of cola. Satellite mission. Reach a designated polar orbit around the moon within reasonable deviation. 90 degrees, 113 by 100. Why are you using the metric system? I thought you lived in America. Dude, everything is engineered in metric over here, man. Everything. It's much better for engineering. Like, way, way better for engineering. Especially if you're doing small stuff. Like, Senchai, dirty little secret. My Mustang, the Ford, the American muscle car. I have a 2008 Mustang, right? The 5-speed, you know, it's dark black. It has the 4 lights up front. It's really cool. It's all metric. I lose 10 mil sockets just as much as everybody else. But see, the thing is, dude, is I don't make a big deal out of measuring systems. I don't really care. Like, that's the right way to say that. I don't care. I don't care what system we're using. I'm much, much more interested in everybody knowing the system that you're using. So, okay, think about this. You're going to engineer an aircraft. Half your engineers speak German, half of them speak French, and nobody is bilingual. Is that going to work as well as if everybody just spoke French or everybody just spoke German? No. No, you want everybody on the same page. It doesn't matter. Now, see, if everybody spoke French, would it be more efficient than everybody speaking German? I don't know. I consider measuring systems to be just like languages, dude. I don't really care what language we're using. You know, saying I have to go to the bathroom in English and tengo ir al baño in Spanish means literally the same thing. Which one is more efficient? I don't know. Which one is easier? We don't make a big deal about that, but we make a big deal about measuring systems. That never sat right in my head. With that being said, I do think metric is way easier. Way frigging easier. Like, way easier. Okay, Glebless is back. Like, it's way easier to understand. Like, you'd be stupid to not use that for any small type of engineering. Dude, even the Saturn V. Saturn V was engineered in metric. They needed to convert metric from the AGC to the HUD on the thing to, like, nautical miles and stuff. You know? Being pedantic doesn't get work done, that's for sure. When you said liter of cola, liter, it's a joke from a movie. I don't even know what we measure liquids in. 12 fluid ounces, or 355 milliliters. I actually like using kilo feet. It's base 10 with feet. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Kilo feet. Yeah, it says 355 milliliters on it, which is 12. It's a 12 ounce soda. Yeah, it's Alan, right? I like hexayards. But with that being said, I think there's applications. If you really want to know, like with spacecraft should be measured in nautical miles. Yeah, I think nautical miles and knots for a spacecraft, as well as airplanes and boats, is the right move. Because, especially for something orbiting around low Earth orbit, right? You have a ground track, and your orbit is imposed over a map, and if your orbit's imposed over a map of the Earth with longitude and latitude, nautical miles make sense. Same goes for boats and planes. Maybe not so much for spacecraft now that I'm thinking about it. More for planes and boats. That's the right move. Yeah, I think meters a second in meters is probably good for space. Knots for ships and airplanes, though, is that's the right form of measurement because of the distances traveled. I think for space, a distance measuring system probably, if we get more out into the solar system, we should probably use AU for measurements, but that's just me. 1 astronomical unit. SpaceX uses metric. Everyone uses metric. I mean, another interesting thing to say is that, you know, like 12.7 mil is always going to be a half inch. It's always going to be a half inch. If you say a half inch, it literally means the same exact thing as 12.7 millimeters. Just food for thought. That's what you're used to, EJ. If airplanes started in Europe, it would probably was metric. Yeah, but we don't measure units of longitude and latitude, which is our graphing system for the world. We don't measure that in kilometers. We measure it in nautical miles, because that makes way more sense in my mind, dude. What's the flight time for the new segment to arrive? They're going to be doing checkouts for the next week, Apatoxin, and then they'll in about 8 days they'll get it to the station. Longitude and latitude is in angles, right? Degrees, minutes, and seconds. Waste of time to talk about it. Metric is superior. Yeah, Andrew, everybody says that, but saying that in my mind is just as dumb as saying, like, oh, English is superior to Spanish. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I think it's counterintuitive and a waste of time. What really matters more is making sure that everybody is on the same page. You can engineer an imperial if you want to. It really comes down to application. Sometimes there's cases where fractions would probably be better to use than decimals. I'm sure there's a case for it out there. Do I know what it is? No. But engineering is all about application. That's something that I've learned over time. It's definitely all about application. It really depends on what you're trying to do. So I don't understand why you would want to turn yourself off to an entire measuring system that could potentially benefit you in the future. That doesn't seem right to me. So in that regard, I know metric and I know imperial. I grew up with imperial, so obviously. Yeah, just a thought. I don't know. I mean, once again, I'm not trying to say that metric is or imperial's better. It's not. Metric is way easier to understand. Way freaking easier. So before people go and say that crap, no, I agree with you. But I also think it's kind of dumb to shut yourself off to different systems. That doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Inshen. Radians. Yeah, there you go. Alright, anyway, so how are we gonna do this? I need to make an exact copy of that arrow shell, but double the size. I'm not sure about a flight test so much, Senshai, but we'll see. Oh, man. Yeah, Alex, that's the dirty little secret about engineering. You're gonna have to use both forms of measurements, and that's what I try to tell people, but everybody wants to be on their whole metric power trip, and that's fine. It's alright. If you go and be an engineer, you'll figure it out. They'll figure it out eventually. You'll figure out that, oh man, EJ was not trying to be a jerk about measuring systems. He's trying to teach you how how the industry works, but it's cool. Have them go and get an engineering job and get into work and have everything be in inches and everyone go, what the hell, you don't know this? You know, it's all right. It's fine. All right, how are we gonna do this? So maybe I should start with the back part of the air shell. So that's... Oh. Okay. Alright, I'm trying to think how we're gonna do this. Alright, we'll start with the easy stuff. We'll start back here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So this comes down under here, and we need to basically make everything 4 times the surface area here. So I need 4 of those down here. And did I do that? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, we did. Why is the... Oh, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Berg, what's up, dude? If we use nautical miles on other planetary bodies, do you think it would adjust for that body or keep it the same distances as Earth? Yeah, Berg, that's where the whole nautical miles for spacecraft argument starts to break down. That's what I was thinking about. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's 303 Kelvin in the UK right now. It's hot. Oh, it's hot. All right, so I need to come up with the pieces here. This should scale correctly. The reason why this should scale is because this triangle has a triangle that's 4 times the size. So the big triangle right here, see that? The idea with the big one is that it's not going to take that long to make because it's literally an exact copy of this, right? So this triangle is 4 times the size of this triangle. Why? Because, well, 1, 2, 3, Triforce, 4, right? So, in this design, with the big one here, this triangle, the big triangle is 4 times the size of that, and this triangle right here, the T12 structural panel, thanks for the bits, have a few more triangles, is 4 times the size of that. So in our small SSTO design, I have a small triangle and a big triangle. That's the small and the big triangle right there, 1 and 2. See, we have the T6 and the T12. T12 is the big one, 6 is the small for this SSTO. For the big one, T12 is the small one and T25 is the big one. It should scale exact. It should be pretty damn close. I should just be able to make an exact copy of this. Peneltron. Yeah, right? I made my pad for the new Shepherd. For New Shepherd. Hey. Cool. That's cool, man. Everybody's making new Shepherds. So, we have the triangle situation figured out there. Now, what else do we need? Okay. 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 So that's working like that, and I'm already noticing places where we can cut down on the part count. So let me get rid of this for a moment. The shuttle wings. Just put that like that. And now we need something that's 4 times the size of one of these, and I already started making it down here. So, yeah, I already made it. See this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's actually, yeah, 4 times the size. Cool. Hey, T-Man, what's going on? Yeah, I know, Plums. That would be nice. It should be about right, J-Speed. It shouldn't make that much of a difference. I'll probably do a flight test velo to make sure that it handles like the other one. But yeah, we shouldn't have any problem going right to orbital if we do this correctly. It should be the exact same number of parts, Chief, more or less. The payload bay might be a little bit more parts because it's a bigger payload bay, so I want the payload bay to be able to do more things. Like, I want this thing to fly with a robotic arm, for instance. So, yeah, it should be about 400 parts, give or take. Alright, so... what are you looking for with center of mass and center of lift when designing glider? Depends on what it's supposed to do from space. Center of lift should be lined up on your center of mass. If you're making a hypersonic glider. Center of lift should be right over your center of mass. It's the pad, dudes. The pad, I think, is going to be a little bit bigger. And then making this is going to be fun. All right. So that one goes out like that, and then it goes down and then up. That one is plugged off of there. Okay. We're not in sim. Okay. Alright. So, I think I got the underside wings already figured out when we had started building this. I wonder if I did a structural test with this thing. I'm pretty sure I did. Let me just make sure. There's the B1 bilobe tanks, forward bilobe tank, B1 parts. There's the prototype. It went great, Jim. Everything went good. Did you fix the ohms thrusters on the small one? The OMS? Was there something wrong with it? Tweets? Oh, crap. RCS. Oh, I was like, what? Dude, Tweets, it's a little bit of an interesting thing. The problem fixed itself. I docked the jet truck to the SSDO when I was dragging it back to the pad last night, the RCS, the forward RCS started working. So that means that those parts are kind of drifting around a little bit. It would probably warrant moving it to a different spot, moving those RCS to a spot where they're not going to clip inside of the fairing like that. But yeah, we're going to have to figure that out. Give me 1 second. Okay. So, did I certify the bilobe tanks? Yeah, that's all set. I need to see the finalized tank configuration for the prototype for the K-33. No, Mayor, that would be cool, but no, we aren't. All right, so that went. Oh, I ended up putting 2. So my tank design here is outdated to an extent. About 18 tons how to rock is what I'm aiming for. I'm not sure, Jonas. I haven't. So I do have a file here where we tested everything. So over here, the fuel tank configuration file. This one right here has a kind of a prototype of what the engine should look like, right? That's a prototype, what the engine should end up looking like. And then I have all the parts that I think I need to make the aero shell here. All the panels, all the triangles, everything that's needed to make the air shell. And then I use this for kind of numbers estimation, right? And then here I have 18 tons of payload, 3 tons for RCS thrusters, another 3 tons for any potential robotic arms or other equipment inside of the payload bay that I could carry, and then just an extra 3 tons of struts. And then this model that I had here actually came equipped with this, which is an orbiter maneuvering system, in the form of an extra 18 tons of fuel here and here for the Wolfhounds, which is, alright. And then the numbers are coming up to 4046, which if we flew this, above 4,000 is basically where you need to be for an SSDO, especially something with my aeroshell design. That's the good number for this thing. Yeah, Crafter, how crazy would it be if we put the small one on top, piggyback on top of the big one, and then launch that, and have the small one work like a first stage? That'd be pretty insane. Once you hit that 3-ton mass with just the body flaps alone, no. What? I don't think so. And keep in mind, this is just estimations, Wookie. Everything here is overestimated. I don't think I'm going to need nor want dedicated ohms like this based off of what we have from the prototype from the K-33. But yeah, it seems like this fuel tank config, that's the master configuration. Why don't you use bigger and fewer engine? Yeah, guys, no, hold on a second. This is a very preliminary design, and I'm going to have to update it. This isn't taking into account my uprated engines. Remember, we overclocked the KS25s to 120, remember? This is not taking into account updated stuff. That's what I mean about getting my bearings here. I have to figure all this stuff out, and I have to... It's not just building the dang aeroshell. That's one part of it, but we have to come up with thrust structures here. How are we gonna do the orbiter maneuvering system? How's that all gonna work? Yeah, no problem, Chief, no problem. You're right to ask that, but yeah, no. This is an outdated configuration. That's why I date my craft files, right? So, this estimation is looking good, but I actually think we can get better with this. Yeah, Alex. Mm-hmm. What I'm really looking for, guys, is whether my fuel tank configuration is correct. Like, structurally. I don't see any struts connecting any of this together here. Now, let me go back into the prototype. B1 prototype 2 here. Did I run the struts? No. I haven't even run the struts here. I'm just trying to figure out what step I was at. There's a lot of steps to this. How will you handle side slip with this thing? T-Man, it should fly exactly like the other one. It should fly exactly like this. It should be pretty much the same. But see, with this one here, we have, for the bilobe tanks, I have two X200 fuel tanks right there. And then there's two X216s here next to each other. So the fuel tank configuration is slightly different than this one right here. Fortunately, I can reconfigure the fuel tanks as I see fit, so I'm not too incredibly worried about it. The numbers were good in that original thing, so I'm just trying to think of where I should start, because if I put this out right now, it would be a big floppy mess. We don't have any of the struts run or anything. This thing does need struts to hold the fuel tanks together, just like the real X-33. The real X-33 is ridiculous. Here, I'll show you. Or the Venture Star. This is Venture Star now. We're in Venture Star territory here. The real one is, see the lattice of struts that hold the hydrogen tanks and the oxygen tank together, and the lattice of struts that hold the thrust structure together? Yeah, we got to figure that out. Do you have the bigger landing gear unlocked? I do. Yes. Yeah, maybe we should start there, huh? This thing's gonna need some beast mode landing gear, dude. Compared to a shuttle stack, how much bigger? There's a comparison floating around on the internet. There you go. Venture Star was going to be about as big as Starship, believe it or not. Actually, Starship's probably a little bit bigger than that. Alright. I gotta remember where I left off, dudes, that's all. Now, okay, so here's where I'm getting like, why aren't you building anything, EJ? Alright. With my original prototype here, the tank configurations are different. Tank config is different.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
These tank configurations are based off of a previous version of the prototype. So, for the K-33 up here, we're on prototype 16. We're version 16, okay? These tanks down here are based off of prototype 12, maybe 13. Now, I'm wondering if we should Where I'm at is, should I go with this fuel tank configuration? Should we just go with it? Or should I stop what I'm doing with the big SSTO and not start from scratch, but copy the most updated prototype fuel tanks? Should I copy this? Should I copy my prototype design that I know works? It's about 2/3 the size of the shuttle payload bay, Hip. Hey, alarming 17-month resub. Thanks, man. Do you use autostrut? Yeah, when I need to. Do you see anything wrong with the existing ones? Chief, that's where I'm like, I don't know. Because in this configuration over here, right? In this config, we have enough Delta V. 4,000 is the magic number that I was always shooting for. And as long as we fly on a steep ascent or a shallow ascent trajectory, this should work just fine. Right? But it's not an exact copy of the other vehicle either. I think, guys, I'm coming down in favor of making an exact copy. Your estimations for the smaller one were well off. See, Hellfish, exactly. That's what I'm thinking. These numbers are telling me those are the correct numbers. And that is pretty much all of the arrow shell that we're going to need to make this thing, give or take. And I have gross overestimations here with payload, mass for RCS, and then we have an extra 18 tons of orbiter maneuvering system, which is what the other one didn't have. I think it might be better to just make an exact copy. Won't it fly more stable because it's bigger? More or less, Endo, yeah. Does this config have the initial error that the small one had in the beginning with the reversed fairing plates? See, Chief, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know. I know what you're talking about, where the plates were all messed up. I don't think it does, but I don't know. Why did you make changes to the X-33 tanks? I needed to squeeze more Delta V, so we densified the propellants by clipping fuel tanks into each other. Yeah, I do, Chief. Yeah, having this be the root part screwed up the arrow, I know. This one, the root part on this subassembly is that fairing, so I don't think we have that problem there. Rimworld Lord Kyle. Wait. Rimworld Lord Kyle? What the heck, Kyle? Why? Why would you do this? You abandoned us. Titrol Taradra? Oh, okay, then it's fine. I'm not gonna say it's better to start over, guys, but I don't know what I was doing here. I didn't leave myself enough documentation, and that's because I was trying to hit the deadline. I don't want to necessarily have to start over, but with all the upgrades that we made to the prototype, it would probably be better to do that. That doesn't mean that we can't make the arrow shell, though. The air shell we can make right now. The fuel tanks, though, I'm wondering about those. It was a concept, Bill. They never did it. Pretty much, O-Force, yeah. Yeah, Wookie, they're pretty funny. Yeah, Thailand, and that's the, well, that's the mission mode. That's the mission mode. That's the gameplay stuff that we have to deal with. It's not going to take long to prototype new tanks, guys, I'll be honest with you. I should have basically a blueprint up here, because I save all the tanks separately. So the 5A1 bilobe tank right here, that's the tanks that I run in the SSTO right now. These are the aft tanks that I run. There they are. That's it. I can make a copy of that. That's no problem. And then the forward tank, the forward bilobe tank, I don't think I ever changed. Now see, this is an older version of the tank. Nope. Oh, that's the old design. That is a very preliminary version. It did come out right, though. I'm trying to figure out where the forward tank is so I can see it. LV5A1 bilobe tank. LV5A1 tank testing. I think I did. I don't think I changed the design. I think this is the forward tank. It's those 6 tanks right there. It's just the bilobe tanks that I changed. Okay. That means it shouldn't make that much of a difference with I just need to make a bigger version of this, and we need to put that in the launch vehicle. Gothal is, it's just my designation for different carrier rockets in the game. We just need to make this with 5-meter tanks. That's all. So I should have the aft bilobe tank right here for B1. Yeah, there it is. Now, I'm going to go in here. That's not where I wanted you to attach, but that's cool. Alright, let me look at the hierarchy of this. Okay. It's a little bit different than this. I'm gonna... guys, it's better to just copy the tanks. I'm just gonna copy them. Alright. Alright, let me get this off of here. Just make sure there's no struts holding this together. Okay, so now give me the tanks. We're gonna have one of these. It's not in symmetry though. Just get that out of there. I don't want to close it, but we do want to auto strut. And this tank goes right around there. Alright. And now the other one is 5 degrees angled in. I want whatever that thing is at the back of the tank. That's just an aesthetic thing, just in case anybody's wondering. So that's angled in at 5 degrees. And once again, I am clipping fuel tanks here because mimicking the composite fuel tanks from the X-33 and the Venture Star is a hard thing to do in stock KSP, and getting it, and also getting the proportions right. I basically don't have composite tanks, and basically because I don't have composite tanks, I have to, and I can't mimic hydrogen density. I have to do this way. So now we need one of these right here. Take that out of there and there. You don't need to close it out. Just Shatter. What's up, man? Do you get it? How's work, dude? You can totally mimic hydrogen density. Just fill the tanks up 1/10 of the way. Ugh. Yeah, Jonas, you're not wrong. It's 20 degrees. 20 degrees angled in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Excellent. Working on reserve right now while I work on other important stuff at home. I'm in the background. Got it? What are your predictions on how this performs? Well, Joshy, if it's a scale replica, it should be fine. A Model 747, a 1/14th scale, or not a 1/14th, like a 1/5 scale 747 should fly the exact same way as a big one. Aerodynamics are pretty, it's not, see, they scale, but the thing about aerodynamics is that they don't scale linearly, okay? That's important to understand. They don't scale linearly. What does that mean? So there is a correlation between a 747 that's full-sized and a 747 that's half the size, right? And then a 747 that's a quarter of the size. So you have a quarter of the size, you have half of the size, and you have full size, right? There's a correlation there, but it's not a straight line. I forget. Where's my arrow book? Give me 1 second. I gotta read. I'll be right back. I got it. Gotta start with Reynolds numbers, yeah. So yeah, I'm not sure this exactly translates over to KSP, but I'll check. My arrow book. It's called Fundamentals of Aerodynamics. I got it used off of Schmamazon. Randall-Meyer singularities. Where is it? Boundary layers. What would it be under? Should I look up Reynolds number? I know Reynolds number has something to do with it, but I forget what it is. Have fun, Gothal. Just remember, be civil. Reynolds analogy. Okay, here it is. Page 1000. You know it's complicated when fundamentals are this thick, yeah. Ooh, boundary layer equations. Okay. I don't think boundary layer is right. Hang on. Let me look in the table of contents. What are you looking for exactly? This, how subscale wind tunnel testing can correlate to real life. So, like, why do you test in the wind tunnel with a smaller model, right? Why don't wind tunnels have just a bigger model? I know there's a scale, aerodynamic scale, but I just don't know how they scale. I forget. I have to go look it up. I'm usually good at remembering this off the top of my head, but I actually have to look into it. So give me 1 second. Hey, Mr. G Live, thank you for the raid. Oblique shock and expansion waves, compressive flow through nozzles, diffusers, and wind tunnels. I know about that. Subsonic compressible flow over aerofoils and linear theory. Derp. Boundary layers, elements of hypersonic flow. What is it called, Alex? Yeah. I'm gonna tell my kids this is a fairy tale. It's not. Navier, Stokes Solutions. Freaking Rocket Guy told me to get this book, dude. It's actually super useful. I've learned a lot about aerodynamics from it. Yeah, maybe Area Rule. Area Rule is something for supersonics, though. What's the name of that book? It's called literally Fundamentals of Aerodynamics, 6th edition, by John Anderson. What books have you read? I wrote a book about Admiral Halsey called The Fighting Sailor, about naval combat tactics. Pusuel flow. That's for laminar. Okay, hold on, Alex. Let me look up that in the index. Can we use it to improve the slow speed aerodynamics of the Mustang? Yeah, just put a fairing on the grill and an air dam, and that should solve a good bit of problems. All right, I'll just Google it. And we'll find the answer that way instead of looking through the index. Do aerodynamics change with scale? Oh, great. Ask Reddit. Perfect. Let's see what we got. The model and flow conditions have to be sized to achieve kinematics similarity. The test results have to be scaled appropriately, not just a ratio of model size to full size. If you set up your test correctly and do the correct math to apply the results from the model to full scale, yes, the aerodynamics are the same. To explain further, a significant indicator of how fluid interacts with objects is Reynolds number. Okay, cool. This number takes into account the size of the object in the fluid and how fast the fluid is moving, and the physical properties of the fluid. If two objects have similar Reynolds numbers, then the fluid behavior will be similar as well. See, Reynolds number I don't think translates over into KSP, guys. Do you think KSP went out of their way to have code mimic the reality to that extent in detail? No. No, not even close. Switchio, the key is figuring out ways to translate this into KSP, just like you translate something from Slovenian to Italian, right? That's what makes me good at KSP. I can figure out ways to achieve a certain result, to achieve real-life aerodynamic results using stock KSP. It doesn't use Reynolds, it uses Hefty. Yeah. Pretty sure KSP drag uses Reynolds number. Urban Venture, thanks for the raid, man. Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be... Yeah, it's gonna be, that's gonna be a little difficult to figure out and translate into KSP. Maybe we should just build it. But it does scale to an extent, and it has to do with Reynolds number, but I don't know the exact thing. That's a little bit out of my league when it comes to aerodynamics. What's up, Urban Venture? Thanks for the raid, dudes. Luca, how are you? Alright, so I need to go and build the struts here for the tank. So we need one strut going to here. So I'm gonna rebuild the tanks and we're gonna test these things out. And go from there. And then I need another strut going from here. Oh, no, not to the fairing. From here to there. No, I don't use any mods. We came for the Chungus! Have Rocket Guy figure it out for you? Yeah. Okay, so I have this tank is strutted to that tank is strutted to this tank is connected to that tank's connected to that tank, and then everything is connected to the fairing. Okay. Alright, so get rid of that. Yeah, we'll switch to the B2 convention here. B2 naming convention. Man, it's already through July. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Alex, what with aerodynamics, yeah, what we were looking at there, like, I understand what it is, but I don't know the math behind it. Long story short, air is a fluid. Different shapes make air do different things. I know. Yeah, real complicated, huh? It's not that complicated. It's not. The key is with this, and this is where a lot of people get discouraged. The key is taking something like that and explaining it in common sense. So, oof. Yeah, see. All right, well, let's start picking out stuff that we know. the logarithmic coefficient of drag right there. I don't know what RE and SF are, though. Actually, we can get... Dude, I can get even simpler. Here, let's just go to drag coefficient. So drag coefficient is basically if you're blowing air at a basic shape, how much of that shape is going to disrupt the air? Straight up. So, if you have a cube and you're pushing air at a cube, or you're pushing something, force is being applied, right? Or a fluid is being shot at it, right? How much of the surface area of that object is going to mess with the air? Different shapes have different drag coefficients. Yeah, Alex, see, this is the tough part, translating this stuff into English, because it's not English, it's engineer. Engineer is a different language. Yeah. KSP understands this. Basically, KSP is doing this over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But it's doing it with every individual part. And that's how KSP does drag. It's very simple. It's a very simple aerodynamic simulation. Yeah, drag coefficient depends on the Reynolds number. Yeah, see, now we're going to start to get... Now, see, this stuff starts to get complicated. Alright. So, what I'm going to do here, guys, is a quick test. This quick test is to make sure that the tank holds and it doesn't freak out under structural load, and make sure all my struts are working together. This should, and I also got to make sure that some of these tanks are inside of the fairing. Make sure they're all occluded. Do you think KSP2 will take into account the whole body instead of each part? Joshy, if KSP2 could come up with a real-life fluid dynamic simulation like that, where you would work with the whole body, like work on the whole body, they would make millions of dollars, billions even, because whoever can figure that out, whoever can figure out a way to prototype aerodynamic simulations faster and more realistic, will make a lot of money. That's really difficult to do. Cause like, so Joshy, think about this, dude. I know you. Wait, are you PLT CDT Joshy? You're the same Joshy from Down Under, right, mate? Just you changed your name. I just want to make sure you're the same guy, because then this will be easier to explain. Yeah, okay. So, Joshy, what happens when you're flying around? Say you're flying around in a Cessna. What's going on? Your wings are generating lift, and the propeller's moving the air. In order to get this really right, you would literally have to simulate every single atom. That's what CFD is about, computational fluid dynamics. That's what it's trying to do. But even that is an approximation. It would literally kill your computer if you tried to simulate every single atom. There's billions and trillions of them being moving over the plane at like every second. So it would be tough to mimic that on a computer. It's possible, but it takes a while. It takes a while to render. Alright, let's go into the debug here. I'm looking for stuff moving. You guys see anything moving around? The only thing I would see moving around is the launch clamps. Yep, and area coefficient of drag is being applied at the fairing. Perfect. This tank just passed my tests. Cool. Can't you use the sides of the fuel tanks as the sides of the ship and just use panels on the top and the bottom? It would save a lot of weight. I could, Crafter. The question, that's not the question you should be asking. The question you should be asking is, why would I put panels on the side of it to do that? And why would I do that? Why am I doing it that way? That's the question you should be asking. That's a better way to understand, I think. Not why did you do that? What are you trying to do? Well, long story short, I'm not trying to get this to fly well. I'm trying to get it to fly like that. I'm trying to take the aerodynamics from this thing and put it in KSP. We're trying to work on that aerodynamic translation. We're trying to translate real life into KSP. Now, with this, in KSP, all the tanks are presumably made out of the same material. Basically lead. They're made out of lead. I can't mimic tank material design, so I can't make the composite tanks here. The real X-33 had carbon composite hydrogen tanks and an aluminum lithium liquid oxygen tank. Okay? The LOX tank was intentionally made out of metal, and these were intentionally made out of carbon fiber. Why? Why the heck would you do that? Well, they did it to get it to fly correctly. You gotta remember, you have a rocket engine hanging off the back. So just like the space shuttle, you have to find a way to balance it, or else it won't fly correctly. Right? The way I came up with to balance it is because I can't make this tank heavier than these tanks. I can't make the dry mass of these tanks heavier than those tanks. Unless I wanted to clip a ton of tanks into each other. My way of fixing that problem is the aeroshell. That's why the front part of the aeroshell on my SSTO is made out of panels. It's made out of panels to basically combat the fact that I can't change the tank material. So that coupled with the metallic tiles that this thing is supposed to have is a 2-for-1. That's why I chose to do that way. And yes, it won't fly as well, absolutely. But neither did the real one. We know that because we have the aerodynamic data from it. The real one didn't fly too well either. Or what? Well, we know it from wind tunnel testing. The real one was not going to be able to fly. It was going to fly basically like trash. It was going to fly about as bad as the space shuttle did. So, once again, it's not about making it lighter. It's not about making it, oh, we can make it lighter. If I took the panels off, I could do that. No. I'm trying to get it to fly like that. Like this thing was supposed to fly. Understand? So yeah, I could take the panels off. We could just make it fuel tanks. I can make it fuel tanks with a payload base, strut the whole thing together, launch it into space, and probably increase my payload capacity by 2 to 3. But in my mind, that goes against why I wanted to do mission mode. And that goes against me wanting to do SSTOs in good faith. Right? Does that make sense, dude? So yeah, of course, I could take the panels off. Sure. It would fly probably way better. In fact, I think Tech, one of my buddies that helped me learn how to fly citations in Flight Sim, that watches the stream, he launched a version of this with no panels on it. And I think he used like fuel tank priority draining to get it to fly correctly. Are those metal brackets at the back of the mounting points for the SSTO? These are the body flaps right here. Those are the umbilicals right there, and the arrow spike is in the center. The hold down points, there would have been 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, and they would have been anchored to the same mounting plate as for the arrow spike. Because the best place to pick the rocket up is on the piece that you attach the engines to, because that piece needs to be strong. So yeah, the aeroshell is not there to get it to fly better in Kerbal. It's to get it to fly correctly, like the real one. Senshai, we can do that with a Cal controller. You don't even need to go into the Gamecraft files to do that. I can operate the thrust On an engine, no problem. Oh yeah, RJ? Alright. I'm gonna leave myself some documentation this time. Past structural and aero testing. Okay, so now, since my forward bilobe tank, now that's the aft one. We have those tanks figured out. Perfect, right? And this tank is certified. It's ready to go. So now I'm going to go back into the prototype, the B2 prototype here, which is our master, kind of our master craft file. And I'm going to look at my tanks up here for the front and make sure that we're similar. So this starts as a 2.5 tank with an X200, and then it goes down to 1.8 with a 215 adapter, and then it goes down to 1.25. So it adapts 2.5 to 1.8 to 1.25. This one starts at 5 meter, 375, 2.5. Perfect. That's, yeah, this tank will be just fine. Not sure if you saw, but Nauka is having problems on orbit. Uh-oh. And it totally put it behind a paywall, though, dude. I'll wait until I get more sources, Ian. Not trying to dump on Anatoly. He's usually really good. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna get rid of that. Now we have our tank mounting points. So we're gonna go to prototype 3, updated 7/21/21, and I'm gonna load up the 5B2F bilobe tank right there. Yeah, Loopy, he says something's wrong with Nauka, and then you go to click on the article, and it's like, oh, pay. And I'm like, alright. Yeah, making it 4 times the size is going to give us, like, yeah, 8 or even, like, I mean, the other one can do 2 tons. I'm aiming for 18 with this. So we're looking at 9 times the payload capacity. Nah, I believe you, Ian. I'm gonna wait. Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. Why would he lie about that? There we go. Okay. Now, the wings under here should be right. Now what we have to do is these need to go back a little ways. And then I think these need to go inwards just a little bit. Yep. Okay. Alright. If we were going to do this right, I'd have to take the arrow shell stuff off. Because I need to do we need to do rigidity testing again. It went okay, Firebird. It's in space. Depends on how much I can get done. I don't think we're going to test fly this one today, Hip. I think for the other Kerbal on the other side of Space News is going to be building the crew vehicle for this, so I can rotate crews off the station in the interim time. Yeah, I gotta figure this thing out structurally. I'll borrow these parts from a different craft file, because I have them saved. We gotta get rid of the... I gotta take the wing stuff off for a second, guys. And we need to do structural tests. Here, so get rid of that, get rid of that. Do you have to make a specific SSDO for crew missions? No. Not specifically. Okay. Okay. I think this one might have ended up being a little bit too long. Because with this right here, right? With this guy, the tanks are butted up against that fairing plate. And we're not really butted up against that fairing plate at all with this design. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. We need to come up with some scale dimensions here for this, right? And then I need to do structural tests based off of the dimension scaling, okay? By strutting all this stuff together. But I don't think our scale is correct here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back into the prototype. Or we're going to go back and look at the other prototype. Because the key here is to make an exact replica. That's the idea. Make an exact replica of this. And if I do, it should presumably fly about the same. How long are we talking here? So the length is 15.4 and the width is 16.9. Now canoes, okay? Yeah, Sidio. Not just the X-33. That's the X-33. Venture Star. Keeping an eye on reports post-launch. Got it. All right. Well, if NSF is looking at it too, then yeah, Anatoly's not talking out his tailpipe, dude. Alright, so save this. I need to get the air shell scale correctly. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of the stinger. Nope, don't get rid of that. I need to see. This is what I need right here. Yeah, Steven, I redid some of the tanks. I redid the tank design to get it a little bit more accurate to this thing. That thing looks sick, though. This is some TR3B stuff right here. Alright. 13.7. 10.4 meter width. Let's just pop that part off for a moment. I need dimensions of this right here. This thing does look pretty cool. Alright. 4. So this is not doing length, width, and height. I'm just typing it into chat, to be honest. Alright, there you go. Height is 4.8, width is 10.4, length is 13.7. So don't save. Just make sure I didn't hit the save button. There we go. Alright, cool. Now we got to go back into prototype 3 down here. And we have to, I'm going to take LV5A dimensions, dimodomes. And I'm just going to take that and put that right there, 4.8. So we need to scale. Loopy, are you here? You're good with this stuff, dude. And my head's kind of killing me today. I ended up waking up like 4 or 5 times in my sleep last night. A Kerbal died 2 hours ago and I changed the setting to respawn after 1 hour and still says they're lost and missing. I don't know, Velo. I've never messed with that game mechanic. I just edit them back in. Alright, so should this thing be... I'm not sure it should be 2 times the length, right? I don't think it should. Oh, well, that makes this pretty easy. It should be these numbers basically times 2. So projected dimensions should be height should be about 10 meters. No, that doesn't make any sense. Please do an engine recreation faithfully. I don't have a linear aerospike Acidio. I'm gonna use shuttle engines. That's what I used for my X-33. So for Venture Star, yeah, I wish we had linear aerospikes. I don't like using modded parts I like using the stock game. It makes it easier for people to understand these already stupidly complicated things that I'm doing. Yeah, Loopy, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what, not saying, that's what I was thinking in my mind. We left the gear on, so don't save this. Go back over to the dimensional craft file. Three, 9, 10, 4, 13, 7. Okay. Hey Josh, what's going on, man? Thanks, Dino. What's the specific impulse of rhinos at sea level? Not very good. They're an upper stage engine. Through and through. 205. Yeah, don't use those. You could just use fins to recreate the shape of it at least. Maybe. Alright, so for prototype 3, I'm going to get rid of the payload bay, just like I did with the other one, and we should be able to get our good dimensions here. So height should be 8 meter. Oh, the landing gear. I gotta take that off. So 3.9, it would be about 8. The width should be about 20. And then the length should be 28. So right now we're at a width of 16. And then at a length of 28. So the length is 26. So you need to increase the dimensions by a factor of 2.25. Well, I was aiming for 18, Alex. We're aiming for 18 tons. Which will be the heaviest lifter that I've made in KSP. In this save. The heaviest lifter I've made moves 500 tons into orbit. Huh. Yeah, Isidio. Yeah, Triton. My Triton rocket. Alex, help me. You think 2.25? The numbers look like 2.25, dude, if I'm looking at that right. The Triton, my Triton rocket is insane, dude. It doesn't work half the time because it's so ridiculously big. It's notoriously complicated for what it is. It doesn't look like much, but I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of it. Triton was a 10-meter core diameter. 10-meter core diameter. And then its little brother Neptune is an 8-meter core diameter. I'm trying to find a good picture of it. It should be around here somewhere. Nah, that's a different project. I showed it on purpose. I should have a picture of it in here somewhere. Maybe that's it? No, that's Imahara. It's funny because Imahara and Triton are very similar in design. There's Triton. What is considered a heavy lift vehicle in real life? Heavy lift is above 20 tons. Super heavy lift is 100? 70? Yeah, Triton was insane. Yeah, 500 tons, and you get the first stage back. It's reusable. That's another thing. Don't worry. That guy? Don't worry about that guy. Triton was so ridiculous that you had to use a sequenced ignition, because if you tried to ignite all the engines in the first stage at the same time, it would literally rip itself to pieces. Which is funny, because real rockets do that as well. Yeah, they always kind of go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and they go around the horn. Or the shuttle fires 1, 2, 3, right? There's a sequenced ignition to have that not happen. Because you don't want to just push up on the rocket all at the same time. You want to just ease the pressure on and ramp up the throttle over time. Saturn V did 2, 2, and 1. There you go. Sequenced ignition. Yep. If I tried to... Ian, it's crazy because when you get Kerbal to a bigger scale like this, 10-meter rockets, and I have overclocked mammoths in there, when you get to a bigger scale, sequenced ignition absolutely matters. You'll blow the vehicle to smithereens if you try to fire all the engines at the same time. It'll just shred it. Kerbal will just delete it. It'll just be like, nah, never mind. Yeah. Pretty cool, huh? It's got a 10-meter payload fairing. It can put 500 tons into orbit and bring it back down. Triton could move 10 tons into orbit in real life. Yeah. It's strong enough to be able... It would be a medium-duty lifter in real life, which is pretty crazy. Yeah, it's a upgraded version of Neptune, does Doodles. Yep. Yep, it's an upgraded version of Neptune. There's the K90. That's another plane that we made. Should bring that back into the fold. That thing was really cool. Don't ask. Anyway, back to our dimensions. To multiply the payload by 9, you're aiming at an enlargement factor of 2.08. Okay. Let's do some math then. So, we have 3.9 times 2.08. So 8.1 on the height. And then we have 10.4 times 2.08. 21.6. And then we have 13.7 times 2.08. 28,496. We'll just do 28.5. Okay, so that should get us the right dimensions there. Yeah, yeah, it's big, huh? These are the 5-meter tanks, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, yeah, Sarita, I know that video. So, our height is only 5.3. I think with the air shell, though, it's going to be more on the height. So hold off on the height thing. We really need width. Our width is 16.8. It's not even close. We need a width at 21.6. So these are at 19. These are out 19 here. And then with the aeroshell going up and around it, that should be correct. 28.5 on the length. We're at 26.5. Yeah, this is actually pretty damn close. Interesting. There's a really cool X33 KSP mod, but I suck at landing those. Is that Isidio? Is that the one by Angel? Angel did a great job. Yeah, that guy watches the stream, dude. He's in here all the time. Yeah, he's a good buddy of mine, actually. The widening. See, I'm wondering, and this is probably a volume versus something else here. I'm wondering why these lengths are for the most part correct. That's pretty much right. Why do we have so much space here? Is it because the fuel density scales linearly? It might be. This one isn't going to dock to Liberty, is it? Why wouldn't it? It should, yeah, I mean, it should be able to. Tank length doesn't scale linearly. It does, though. Look. Yeah, the 5-meter tanks are a linear scale. See? Add more fuel in that space. Hey, MG, what's going on, dude? I don't think, MG, that's the thing, dude. I don't think we need to. I don't think we need to do that. Honestly. I mean, we could, but I don't think we need to, man. Something, my brain is hurting right now. Something is making this. Actually, that does pretty much line up. Huh. Maybe if I move this in just a little bit. Yeah, that lines up. This is, yeah, actually where I had it was pretty much right. Cool. That's good. That's a good thing. Where I had this is pretty much correct. It's close enough to be able to not fudge it, but it's close enough to be able to get it right. Body flaps and engine length might account for the shortness. Well, these are based off of just the aero shell with no body flaps or anything attached. That's where I got my original measurements from. Yeah, Isidio. Oh, there you go. there he is. There, the guy that made the MK33 mod is talking to you right now, dude. You were inspired by EJ's. Oh man, you don't need to say that, dude. Come on, just say you made the mod, man. What are the masses compared to the two crafts? It should be 2.08. I don't have just the tanks from the other prototype though. Yeah, it was fun watching Nauka for sure. Yeah, we have a bunch of hollow space in here. But yeah, see, the other one doesn't have that. That's strange. I mean, the numbers already, I know, are going to check out. Fill the space with more fuel? Well, the thing is, Regaro, is that that's changing the design from the other prototype, dude. I think this is just a byproduct of how we scaled it. There's something I'm not taking into account, and I frankly have a little bit of a headache because my sleeping schedule got a little messed up from the launches and stuff. Oh, good shit. That never happens, right? Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Yeah, we're gonna keep going with this, dudes. Where's your center of mass? It should be right here. These aren't filled up. Yep. There it is. Oh, that actually reminds me. Give me a flat flag.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, okay. Hang on one second. You actually reminded me of something that I need to change. So I'm going to move this I-beam all the way back. And I'm going to move it back to the rim of that fairing. Because this needs to be over the center of mass. Hey, JW. What's up, man? Thanks for the resub. Credit where credit is due. Had I not been watching your stream, I would have not have the launch pad that you could dock the MK-33 to the payload crane. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into a flat flag, and one of the flags that I have is a grid, just a checkerboard. And I'm going to make it a little bit bigger so I can see the dang thing. And then what I'm going to do with that checkerboard is I'm going to use this to mark the center of mass with just the tanks. This will help us later, having a COM indicator for these. Right there. That's the center of mass indicator for the tanks. So save this. Is monopropellant good or bad? I always see people removing monopropellant from the pod and saying it maximizes delta V. Depends on what you're doing, Regaro. If you need to dock a spacecraft to a space station, then monopropellant is probably important. Unless you have the vernier stuff. Unless you have vernier engines, right? It's probably something that you're going to need. Alright, so now let's work on the structure for this. I'm going to bring my payload bay back into the fold here in a moment. Remember, guys, in Regaro, this is not just for you, but for everybody. Look. Everything in engineering, it is all about application, okay? It's application. Like tools in a toolbox, okay? Or just me, because I'm a tool, right? Ah, self-burn. Now I have your attention. Okay, engineering's about application. Different fuel tank designs in KSP, monopropellant, thrusters, different engines. It's all about what you're trying to do. It's the application, like tools in a toolbox. You don't hammer or screw. So if you're trying to screw something in, you don't take a hammer and hit it. That's not how it won't work. I mean, it might work. There's a better way to do it, though, right? It's all about using the right tool in the toolbox at the right time. Now, in this case, like I said, your tools are everything that's over here on the side of the screen. These are your tools. Make sure you use your tools in the right time, or at the right time. Once again, all about application there. You don't want to use a wrench on a screw, right? You don't want to drill a hole when you need to rivet something, right? Well, you have to, but you get the idea. I prefer polypropellant. Nice. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. All right. Okay, so now what I need to do is start working on a structural prototype. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. The American Dodgeball Association of America. All right, so we need to start putting our struts in here. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go one strut to there. And what I'm about to do is probably going to look like overkill to some people. And I know someone's going to ask, why are you putting that many struts? Well, do you see what we're trying to make here? I'm trying to basically duct tape a bunch of fuel tanks together to get it to fly like an airplane, okay? Overkill is underrated in this scenario. So, because these tanks are mounted back here, see if I select the fairing, it selects the entire tank here. Little bit of a word on how you, on hierarchy building, okay? So, I have my center stack right here. I have a fairing attached to an adapter, attached to an I-beam, which is attached to another fairing, okay? I technically should probably use another adapter back here. Just so I can get the arrow to work correctly. But then again, I do want it to make drag back here. This thing is probably going to produce a crap ton of drag. I know, Isidio. Yeah, no, so does that. That thing does too. Remember, it's not supposed to fly well. The space shuttle didn't fly well. This thing's not supposed to fly well. In fact, any re-entry vehicle is, even pods, are designed to create insane amounts of drag. That's the whole point. Remember? Yeah, I know. It's like, it's super counterintuitive thinking because you want to get it to fly better, but you also got to remember that this thing is supposed to be used as a gigantic speed brake when it comes in from re-entry. So, I want it to make drag. I want it to make a ton of drag. But the key is getting it to apply drag in the right spot. That's how we get this to work. Alright. Here, I'm going to do this again. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to get rid of this. We're going to do something a little weird here. Once again, to keep our dimensions in line, I'm just going to put this piece here to show where the fairing plate needs to be. And I'm going to do this. These are 5-meter tanks, MG, yeah. I just gotta make sure all my tank struts came in correctly. Yep, yep. Yep, yep, cool. Alright. This is just to get it to apply drag in the right spot. Now, another thing that I did with the previous... Funny man, 28-month resub. Another thing that I did with the previous prototypes is this. I took these tanks, right, and we moved them up. Like that. Now, part of the reason why I did that is to make it so the nose cone is towards the bottom of the vehicle, because that's what it would have been on the real one. I mean, I feel like with the way KSP calculates drag, all those structural planners are going to produce an unrealistic amount of drag. Trade secrets, my son. I got a way to make it to not produce as much drag, and it has to do with how panels... It has to do with how stuff attaches in KSP. Long story short, Isidio, you node attach panels, they don't make as much drag as you think. Because if you're node attaching it, Kerbal thinks one panel is in front of the other. So I basically make strips of panels. And then I make it so it only applies drag basically at the end of the strip of the panel because they're all node attached. Yeah, it actually doesn't make as much drag as you think. The other thing is panels are actually super light. These panels are really light. They weigh 10 kilos. They're really freaking light. They're lighter than these ones. These ones are heavy. Okay. So we've staggered that down there. Wouldn't ride in one, that's for sure, but I love the idea. I mean, how would it be any different than a pod coming back from re-entry? I mean, imagine a starship flying around. And then just a bunch of Dragon capsules pop out. Just it would be insane. You wouldn't be able to shoot them down, that's for sure. They would have to do propulsive landing, though. And I'm pretty sure that's a little bit dangerous. Don't forget to check its COM marker flag. Thank you. Yep. Yep. Good call. Perfect. Now, what I'm going to have to do is we're going to have to do structural testing. Some stuff about Nauka seems to have some problems on orbit. Ascent was nominal. Deployment could not be confirmed for the KERS-A antenna and for the MLM Nadir port docking target due to insufficient telemetry. Got to shake it down a little bit. That's why they're testing, so. What if Falcon 9's engines fail, and then the Draco engines on the capsule fail afterwards? I don't understand why we think about spacecraft in a totally different manner than we think about, say, a helicopter, Cydia. What happens if a helicopter's engines fail? It falls out of the sky. We don't bat an eye at that. Literally happens all the time. Like, dude, if we want to go forward into space, we have to start being a little bit more cavalier about it, don't you think? It can auto-rotate. And we couldn't make a pod that can't do that? Wouldn't be the first time it's been proposed. They also have auto-rotation, once again. Sorry, I kind of logic trapped you guys there, so my bad. See what I'm talking about? There's ways to figure this stuff out. Alright, let's start working on our struts. So, actually, the first strut that I really want is fairing to fairing here. By auto-rotating, it has redundant failure systems. Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to say, Luke. Like, I get it. Helicopters have redundant failure systems. You don't bat an eye at it. Right? It's not that big of a deal. But like, why couldn't we start putting in this kind of capability into a pod? You know? Like, we're gonna have to eventually, like, if we want to take this stuff seriously, we want to go further into space, or if the military wants to do stuff like that, we're gonna have to figure out some redundancies, but at the end of the day, there's only so much redundancy that you can put into a helicopter's design before you really have a bad problem. Before, like, I mean, there's only so much you can do. Anyway, I gotta get back to the strut work here. I'm trying to see something. No, I mean, how will the pod get away from the rocket if it explodes? Wait, I'm talking about pods coming out of a starship. What are you I'm confused. Where does Falcon 9 factor into that equation? Nice, Leahy. It's kind of off topic. Oh, okay. If your question, I thought you were contributing to the discussion, man. Hold on. What are you saying? So you're just asking what if Falcon 9's engines fail and then the Draco engines on the capsule fail afterwards? In the highly unlikely scenario you're going to get a double redundant failure like that, they have 8 Super Dracos on it. So you're taking into account that 8 Super Dracos, 4 of them on redundant independent systems. Well, no, they're not redundant independent systems. Yeah, if that fails, yeah, you're going to have a bad day. But what if you're flying in a helicopter, right? And the engines fail and then the blades fall off. You're screwed. Like, there's only so much redundancy you can put into something. But that's highly unlikely that you're going to get a Super Draco failure and a Merlin failure in one shot. That's super unlikely. You see, at the end of the day, Isidio, what you got to understand, and I don't know, I think this is the gist of what you're asking. Like, at the end of the day, you can't make it 100% safe. It's never going to be 100%. Heck, driving your car to go get groceries isn't 100% safe. There's no guarantees here. But you can definitely improve your odds. But at the end of the day, with a spacecraft like Dragon and Falcon going into space, you're asking physics to allow you to accelerate a 22-story building to 17,000 miles an hour. You're asking physics to do that, and it'll work, but it's still dangerous. 17,000 miles an hour, 17,500 if we want to be technical. And I know you lot love that. At the end of the day, dude, it's never going to be 100% safe. Flying on an airplane isn't 100% safe. Epic or slap-like. I don't like the angle of that strut. It's not good. Strut angle should come from up here. There we go. The angle of the dangle absolutely does matter, for people that are wondering. Yeah, think about it like if you were playing, remember that game Polybridge? That game was really fun. I actually enjoyed that game a lot. Angle of the strut definitely matters, because struts do bend. Struts ideally are designed for compression load, so being squeezed. And if you have a strut that's like this and you're going to put compression load on it, it's not going to work as well. which is why I'm trying to make these struts as close as I can to vertical. You know, on the I'm trying to make it as close as I can to be on the long axis of the vehicle. My craft is roll unstable. What is usually wrong? You don't have ailerons? Give it ailerons. Or too much roll authority. Yeah, it could be that as well. Mm-hmm. Okay, so I have fairing to fuel tank to front fuel tank, doubled over, fuel tank to that fuel tank, doubled over. Help me, I just looked at the thermostat and it's 30C outside and 30.5C inside. Serious, do you have a car? No, no, you just hear me out. You have a car. I don't know. Not everybody has a car where you're from. You have wheels? Can you go to the hardware store? No. Are you close to the hardware store? Because if you get a fan and some ice cubes and some copper tubing, you can make an air conditioner. If you want. He's at soup. Nasty headache today. Yeah, well that was drummer J-Speed, not serious. What is this monstrosity? Short line, it's my big SSTO. Dude, you had a tip a little bit earlier and I didn't read it. I'm sorry. Hold on. Oh, it was just let's go. Nice. Nice. Nice, Gully. It also doesn't help that our house is in isolation due Sunday to your brother having COVID. Oh, God. That's fine. I sent it during the launch. Well, hey, I appreciate it, man. Sorry, I was listening to the chatter, dude. But yeah, right on, man. I already drank coffee, MG. It's just probably from not sleeping enough, dude. I have this nasty problem. Whenever I say I'm going to get sleep, like if I stop the stream early, I go to bed, and then I always wake up like 4 or 5 times during the night in anticipation of the thing that I need to do the next day, like cover the Nauka launch or cover Jeff Bezos' launch. And I always end up getting terrible sleep. Yeah, always happens, without fail. What does that say? I'm probably gonna go get some ibuprofen. Yeah, Tessa, it happens. We're gonna do a structural test of this thing when I get back. I just gotta make sure that this thing basically acts as one piece. They've taken a break recently. Yes. I'm gonna use my liter of cola. I'll be back in a second. All right, dudes, we're good. All right, so do I have tank to adapter? No. Do we have tank to fairing? No. Are you in career mode? Your spaceplane hangar looks tidy. I am. My mission mode save is a career mode save, Regaro. I could spend the money on buying a bigger one if I really wanted to. You missed the hydrate call, huh? The biggest issue is that my house's walls are a half foot of brick in most places, meaning that it absorbs heat. Yeah, your house is literally an oven. Alright, serious. Well, okay. Do you have roof vents? Gotta open up the roof vent, dude. You gotta let the hot air out. So, hot air rises, right? Like, bro, I don't know how good you are with thermodynamics. I have no idea, so I'm just gonna start from square one. Hot air rises. So if you're on an upper floor, open a window, but open the top of the window and put a fan there blowing out. It'll blow all the hot air out. And I mean, you're probably just going to suck in more hot air because there's really no way to cool it if ambient temp is high. Like, the best you can do is ambient temperature, right? So the best you can do is 30°C. Like the bathroom vent. Exactly, Loopy. That's exactly what a bathroom vent is designed to do. So when you're taking a shower, it gets all the hot and humid air and gets it out. Because you don't want hot and humid air inside. It'll cause mold. I mean, something that definitely happens in Florida a lot. So this is why, like, seriously, I mean, if you can find a fan and some copper wire, or some copper tubing, or just some metal or something. Or go out in a shed, see if you have some kind of pipe or whatever. Copper would be ideal, right? Take the fan, wrap the copper around, or bend the copper so it's going in front of the fan, and then take the two ends of copper and put them in an ice bucket. Seriously, fill a bucket up with cold water and ice, and then have the copper conduct the... Well, it won't conduct it. It'll get rid of the... It'll get cold because it's in the ice bucket, and then blow the fan through the copper, and yeah, you basically made a basic swamp cooler. Like, that'll work, dude. It'll work. It's not gonna be pretty, but it'll work if you really want to cool down, if you're that desperate. Swamp coolers don't really work in extremely humid environments, but otherwise, yeah. Or I could just live in my fridge for the next few days. You radiate too much heat, dude. Living in the fridge, you'll actually just end up heating it. You'll heat it because the rate at which your body gives off heat is more than what the refrigerator cooling loop can handle. It's not... you sitting inside of the refrigerator, dude, would be like putting a space heater in the refrigerator. It's not gonna, that won't work either. It's not gonna work. It's only designed to cool off stuff that doesn't radiate heat, or will only radiate heat for a second. Stop using science against me. I'm sorry. Those human bodies do well in the freezer, though. What are we talking about now? Leahy? What are we talking about here? Coming to EJ's house to denounce science, bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. Well, if the body is not generating heat anymore, it will freeze. Yes, that's true. Okay, yep. I'm abandoning this conversation. I am pulling the ripcord and abandoning this thread. Oh, we're trying to keep the bodies alive, not just cold. Gotcha. Okay, yeah. Yes. Alright. I gotta put landing gear in. People, leave. Ian, help. They're crazy. I don't understand. You are weird. Guys, I'm not sure that that's going to be enough landing gear. I might need to go MD-11 style and put another one in the center. Or... Actually, yeah, the MD-11 had a singular one in the center. A 7.4 has more than that. You're on your own, pal? Ah, oh, Ian, why? Why? Why you do this? Is that landing gear arrangement stable in KSP? Should be okay. Or even a C5? What's the C5's gear look like? I was thinking a 747 might be right. I see what the C5 is doing. Man, that's complicated. Holy crap, that's complicated gear. I mean, but you need a lot of wheels to hold up a plane that can carry 2 frigging heavy tanks around. God damn, those things are cool. Look at how freaking big that thing is, dude. It's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. I said fricking! I said fricking! Don't you swear jar me! I said fricking! Hey, a DSRV. Cool. Shatter, would you fly one of these things? You probably feel like a pretty big Chad flying these things around. I'd fly one. I would fly one. Yeah, that'd be pretty sick. I mean, are you paying for my type rating? Ah, spoken like a true pilot. Spoken like a true pilot. Jesus. Sorry that made me laugh. Oh my god. You tempted to make C5 airplane parts for KSP? Dude, you should. The Virgin A319 pilot versus Chad C5 pilot. I think this should work, and it should be high enough up off the ground. So these landing gear, we'll find out and we'll test if these landing gear are going to work in a second. What I'll do is we'll strut them like that, and then I'll run a cross strut like that to make sure that these things really don't move. I really, 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 really don't want them to move. Yeah, we got to make sure that that's at the right angle. 45s would probably be preferential. And then have one going up. So one gear is strutted to that tank, another gear is strutted to that tank. And then with the outer gears, With the outer gears, it should just be one to there and one to there. Might need more to hold this freaking chonker of a freaking vehicle up, but it's a freaking chonker guy. So what I'm gonna do now is the rear gear are attached on that girder segment. The front gear I'm gonna attach to the fairing, right? And then when I move the front gear up into position where I want them to be, how in the frick is this thing going to move? This isn't the finalized gear placement, guys. I want to be very clear. It's not the finalized gear placement. Wait. I'm confused about what we're doing right now. I got to do structural testing with it. You know what? I won't finalize this. Well, let's just put it down there for testing purposes and kind of go from there. Yeah, I don't know how we're going to solve that problem. But did we already find out the best way to make it stable on re-entry? Ren, I flew the small SSTO 2 times yesterday and got it back down with minimal aerodynamic perturbing forces. The key is to just stay up high. Literally stay high and stall the thing over KSC and then fly it down. That's it. Which is funny. I wanted this to fly more like the space shuttle, and I wanted it to fly more like an X-33. That's exactly what the X-33 and the space shuttle and everything else, the Starship will do that. It'll stay up there, slow down up there to minimize heating, and then come down. Yeah, literally, that's what they do. So, I wanted it to fly more realistic. Oh, it's gonna fly more realistic. We could do that, King, yeah. I don't know, Kim. They're saying that there's a problem with Nauka's thruster sensors and a couple of other things, but I don't know. I hope everything is okay, dude. Really don't need that doing... Really don't need that having any problems. I'm just gonna put a temporary probe core on this, right there, so we can do some testing. Mass is 143 tons. I'll be honest with you guys. I think that this stuff with Nauka is just shakedown testing. Not that it's intentional that Nauka is having problems. I think that there's a reason why they're leaving it up there for a week to make sure that to work out all the kinks. Gotta remember, when was the last time they launched a module like this? 2000. 1998 if you're talking about functional cargo blocks. Russia hasn't launched one of these in 22, 23 years. A module like this. It's going to take some time to work on to get the kinks rolled out. Honestly, I really think that's what's going on, but also it's important to understand this is Soviet tech. The module is Soviet technology. Soviet technology is not the best engineered, but it lasts forever. It's freaking ridiculous how good the engineering was. It's because they kept it simple because they had to keep it simple. But so, hey Mike, what's going on, bro? I don't think there's anything wrong with Nauka. I think they're just working out the kinks, man. Dusting off the cobwebs, dude. They haven't done this in a while. I mean, it's not like Nauka's been sitting around for years waiting to launch or anything. Is it looking for a runway upgrade? The runway can't support vessels heavier than 140 tons. Oh. Huh. Huh. We have the cash. Missed it by that much. Maybe it's time to start upgrading the SPH. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna upgrade it. You see the new RimWorld DLC? I haven't, Ren, but... What's the 0 to 60? We'll make orbit in 5 minutes. Oh, look at that beast mode of a runway. Nice. Very pretty. I was here! I am witnessed! What do we need the runway upgrade for? It'll help me do more rapid prototyping of this banana time. Long story short, I don't want to have to move this over to the VAB and move it out there and test it out there right next to the launch pad every freaking time. You guys gave me the money to spend to hit the deadline, so yeah, I'm using it. That being said, let's do a structural test here. I'm gonna put my instrumentation here on the end of the fairing. I'm gonna put it on the inside of that strut. What I'm looking to do here is measure sag if the vehicle is sagging between the tanks. I do not want that at all. We really don't want this stuff to sag. This thing needs to stay structurally rigid. It's a rocket. Any bending that we're going to have will screw us up during re-entry. So like if the vehicle stays like this, because it needs to be a gigantic speed brake coming in, right? If it starts to bend like that, it's not going to speed brake very well. I need it to be very, very structurally rigid. So what I'm going to do, or what I'm doing right now, is I'm taking docking ports and I'm placing docking ports at different parts of the vehicle. The reason why I'm doing that is because I can do control from here with the docking ports. I can do control from here with the docking ports, and I can see the pitch angle. So like if I right click and hit control from here, and this thing is pitched up at 1 degree, if I go there, and that one is pitched up at 1 degree, that means these parts are staying, they're moving as one, right? We gotta really make sure that that's a thing here. So I have one at the front of the tank, front of each tank here. I have one at the I-beam right there, which needs to stay rigid. And then I have one sitting at the back here, and then we have one coming off the back fairing plate right there. If we really wanted to be technical with this, what we could do is that. And put docking ports here to get an indicator on the tank mount. on different versions, King, yeah. Docking port face, once you see it. Yeah, once you see it. But Swishio here, allow me for the people that aren't in chat to see what I'm talking about. Oh look, there's some docking ports in chat for you. Some docking ports in chat for you, Jeb. You're damn right I am, Shatter, and I'm damn proud of it. There. Alright, let's see what she does. I like when you explain what you're doing. Most of the time it's over your head. Yeah. Sorry. Still trying to get rid of this freaking headache. Probably. Ah, that helps. But I probably lost some brain cells. Ah, crap. I just forgot how to cook steak. Oh, no. I got it back. We're good. I sell propane and propane accessories. Yeah, I tell you what, boy, you're gonna damn use propane. You best be using propane on your dang old grill there, because if you're not, I'm gonna be really disappointed. What if they want their steaks well done? We ask them politely but firmly to leave. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
So, let's go to the forward control port here. That's pitched up at 0.5. I'm going to level this gear out. Okay, so we have the gear leveled. Alright, we're at 0. So time warp here. Yay, DOS! 61-month resub. Excuse me, how many tons does Der Bird carry? Hey, what's up, man? Dude, I'm actually making vertical takeoff in horizontal landing SSTOs, dude. What I'm trying to measure here is the sag between the tanks. I'm trying to get Kerbal to understand that there's 3 separate tanks so I can mimic that. What's going on, man? How are you? His last stream was 3 years ago. Old school Kerbal streamer, Swishio. He got another job. He got a job in real life. You guys know DOS, guys. If you like the NSF PTZ cams that they have and the 24-hour Starship cam, well then chances are you probably like DOS. Because DOS does the production for NASA spaceflight. So all the cameras pointed around at Starship. Yeah, that's him. He's pretty cool. He's a pretty cool guy. He doesn't afraid of anything. What's going on, man? Yeah, das ist gut. Yep. He's the guy that invented Texas tank watching. I want to know the tank watching. You can't handle the tank watching. We could almost fill up all your mission control streams with live cameras now. I mean, are you asking, DOS, or are you telling? I'm just counting cameras. That'd be cool to have, dude, how cool would it be to have the center screen be the 24/7 stream? That would be awesome. That'd be really cool. I don't know, fellas, maybe. Anyway. Yeah. I'm working on, what I'm trying to do here, DOS, is get this thing to not basically weeble wobble around. I'm trying to work on the structure of this thing. Yeah, Gary, I put him in the back exit because he won't shut up. Alright, anyway, so we've zeroed the forward docking port, dudes. But anyway, it's good to see you, man. 0. Good. What about you? 0. Alright. Also 0. Check the back tank attachment points. 0. Nothing. What about you? Yep. Gary, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Fellas, this thing is solid as a brick, dude, here. Could that have been timed any better? Could that have been timed any better? I swear to God, this game hears me. It can listen. It has ears, dude. The Kraken is always listening, man. How could I have... Like, how... dude, oh my God. I couldn't even make that up if I tried. What the hell just happened? We got free seismic science. We learned something. We've learned something. I'm not even mad. Like, of course it blows up when you retract the gear. Of course. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it blow up? Why wouldn't it? Of course it blows up. You retract the gear, it explodes. Sure. Sure. Like, oh my goodness. Of course it does. Let me see, Creeper. Yeah, the gear on C5s are insane, dude. Like, of course it blows up. No, that's Kerbal's way of saying that there's something on here that is not, that's not rigid enough. Oh, it's articulated. It's got articulated rear gear. Was there any pieces that lived?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Couple of landing gear. And a girder segment. I will never financially recover from this. Yazzo's 22-month resub. Not even mad. Like, yeah, if the runway exploded, Spiffy, I'd be really upset. I just built that thing. Well, Steven, the first... Here, hey, something else survived. Recover that. I'll take the money back. There we go. Alright. So, what it was telling me, guys, is... What the collision detector said is that it said one of the tanks... One of the tanks collided with the fairing. So what does that tell me? That tells me that the connection between the tank, these tanks, and the fairings back here wasn't enough to be able to withstand the jolt of the landing gear. So, oh God, it's 136 Gs. Of course it's 136 Gs. Why not? Why wouldn't it be? I don't want to have to test this again. So it's the connection between here and here that's screwing up, basically. No, Pro Skill, not with my revised mission mode rules. I don't know how we're gonna fix this. Okay, here. Let's try running a strut from one of the tanks to the fairing there. I mean, it was solid as a brick up until that point, guys. Just on a side note. It was pretty dang solid until it exploded. It'll go right to your thighs! And then you'll blow up. So I'm going to run an additional strut from the tanks to the fairing, because I'm pretty dang sure that all the landing gear folding up at the same time, because when you deploy and undeploy the landing gear when they're under load, it pops the vehicle up, it jolts it. And now don't get me wrong, I want it to do that. That's why I do that test, to make sure that it's structurally stable. Everything was true. Hello? Everything was true there. So it means when we're static, this thing is fine. But retracting and deploying the landing gear rapidly puts it under a dynamic condition, like a vibration test almost. That'll show that this it'll show what happens when we try to jiggle this thing, like similar to encountering the forces that it would encounter through re-entry. I mean, re-entry is a constant load though, but it is dynamic. It's a dynamic load. It's not constant. Taco Bell. Anyway, so also this would have shown that if I touched the landing gear down too hard, if I didn't do this test, that means I would have gone to land the first prototype and we would have dropped the gear and it would have exploded. Yeah. Yeah! It's interesting that this test did not manifest itself in tank testing. Yeah, no, I'd rather this thing explode rather than a $500,000 prototype, you know? I'd rather this one blow up than that one. We don't even have enough science to get the bigger gear. It's not about the bigger gear. What are you talking about? Was it the front fairing? It could have been, but it said that this tank, the S4256, collided with the fairing. So if it's an S4256, that means that it's this connection. All right. Okay. Alright, I got another idea. We'll figure out the solution over here. Let's go find that prototype bilobe tank that I made. Right? 5B1 aft bilobe tank. There it is. 5B2 is the one that we use. This guy right here. So this is a copy, an exact copy of that tank. I use this to build the other tank. And then the only difference is that that one is silver. So are the struts still in the right spots? Okay, struts are in the right spots. Now, watch. This is a little bit of a cheaper test. So I'm going to put the same gear here, right? I'm going to put the same gear in here, and I'm going to put it in 8x symmetry, just like this, right? And then we're going to roll it out here, like that. We're going to shock this tank. I want to see what happens. I mean, spoiler alert, it's probably going to explode. We're not going to make the deadline, are we? No. I'll try. I'm going to try for it, Switchio. But, guys, this is a good thing. I'll be honest with you. And it might seem like I'm in denial, right? But I assure you, I'm not in a river in Egypt, okay? No. That's a good... I'm happy that problem manifested itself now. That means my testing wasn't good enough. That means my testing was not good enough. Which means we need to go back to the drawing board. You do not want stuff like this manifesting itself during operational missions. Alright. Ready? Repeatable. There you go. Let me guess. I'll bet you that it failed structurally between the big tank and the fairing. The 256 tank and the fairing. 256 tank cladded into fairing. Boom. Proven. There's a bug in my tank design. We need to strengthen the connection between the 256 tank and the fairing. Because it's just radially attached. It's just radially attached. Now there's two things that we can do with the tanks here. I could find a way to node attach it to the fairing to make the connection stronger, or we can strut it. Or do both of those things. Did you just burn 130k? When the prototype exploded, yeah, and I paid for it. That's what I mean. You pay for it. You gotta test things. I certified the tank for statics. I didn't certify it for a dynamic load. Did you see? When I did if you go back a little bit in the stream, I did static certification. I put that thing out and time warped it a couple of times to make sure that it stays rigid. Well, it stays nice and rigid, but the second you start bouncing that tank around, it blows up. I didn't do a dynamic test with my tankage, and I lost the prototype because of it. We didn't test good enough. We need to test better. So, this is a good thing. It's good that we found it now. Yeah, I ended up having to pay 130 G's to figure that problem out, but it's better than paying 500 because this thing is going to be expensive. How fix? Strengthen the connection between the tanks. No, Core, the 256 tank is straight up radially attached to the fairing. We should probably find a way to node attach it to the fairing. That would probably be better. Yeah, I recovered and recycled some of the junk. Alright, undo that. Undo that. Alright. Fairings have the benefit of having a bunch of interstage nodes that you can attach stuff to. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy it, and we're going to go find those interstage fairings. There they are. And I'm going to move them into the exact same position. Rotate it out of the way. Delete the original. Move that back into position. Okay, so that one is node attached now. Okay. Now this one, I want it attached to the same node. Because there's forward and aft attached. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have gotten rid of it. I needed to copy it. Oops. Reload. Semicolon. Reload. Okay, that's the node attached tank, right? And we moved the node attached tank into the exact same spot. Get rid of that. Go in here like this. Move it down. There. That tank is positioned. Now take this one. We're going to node attachment to basically the same exact node. So when you turn on the fairing interstages, there's a bunch of nodes, and there's a forward attachment node and an aft attachment node. So like forward and back, but that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? There's a bunch of them. Here, let me just put a fairing out so I can show you what I'm talking about. So when you have fairing attachment nodes, interstage attachment nodes, right? You see how there's two of them? Here, I'll use nose cones to show the directions, right? Check this out. So there's your main attachment point right there, which is, using a bigger attachment node. So that would be if you want something structural to attach to this, that would be the spot to have it. But I only have one of those. I don't want to attach one of these to that and then another one to this, because that's not really a good idea. Because if one fails, I won't know which one it is. If they both fail, we know it's because of the attachment nodes. You've just successfully done your first lunar orbit. Nice. But see, you have forward and aft attachment nodes every time. Now, with my design here, what I have is this tank, this one right here, is attached to this position. This tank is attached to this position. This gives the tanks more or less a uniform attachment point. So they should both behave relatively similar. About as similar as two asymmetric tanks can go. And yes, Kerbal does pick up on this. I'm kind of amazed that it does, but it absolutely does. So now, if I move this into position, right, and I rotate it like that, and then we go absolute, there we go. It's in the exact same position. We have the exact same tank. So dump that one that's radial attached, put this one in here like this, and hit save. Yeah, Jazos, Drummer and I started a VOD channel. I have all my VODs uploaded. Well, not all of them, but most of them. Okay, so there should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't want any weird struts hanging around. This is my new favorite emote, Parameter G. Dr. Peter Parameter is well versed in such things. Alright, so now we've strengthened the attachment point. Node connections are stronger. So these connections with the green ball, that's a node connection as opposed to a radial connection. Radial is where you just attach it to the side, you surface attach. Node connections are stronger than radial connections in Kerbal. Now, oh, thanks, Enchai. I appreciate that. Thanks, man. Now, a little word on hierarchies here, okay? There's a way to build this tank structurally. So let me show you. I'm going to use I-beams and show you how this thing is all set up, okay? So that one represents the fairing, okay? Let this I-beam represent the fairing, okay? And then we have two tanks that are node attached to the sides, right? Like this. Those I-beams represent those tanks. And then we have another set up here. Okay? So, if these I-beams are representing this hierarchically, and they are, this is pretty exact, right? So it's 5 parts. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and then the fairing shape. Now, how do we make this structurally stable? How do you keep this? Little word on Kerbal structure. How do you keep this from doing this? Well, we have to triangulate it like we're building a bridge, right? Aren't node connections more susceptible to bending? No, radial is more susceptible to bending, dude. At least that's what I've found. So, we have something going on like this. Now, we can use auto struts to an extent to help us out. Auto struts can help. So, auto struts basically run... You see that? The auto struts are helping, but we're not... This still is susceptible to doing this. It's still susceptible, even with the auto struts. It'll still do it. So, we need to come up with some bracing on top of our auto struts. So how should we do this? How about this? What if I did this with the struts? That ain't going anywhere. We triangulated it. Now it works like, now it's like a trestle. This is the kind of stuff you have to do in KSP if you want stuff to stay structurally rigid. You see, I'm using a combination of regular and auto struts to make a triangulated structure, like a trestle. Like that. I'm literally making that. I'm making sure the hierarchy follows a similar structural pattern to a trestle support like that. Triangles! Rectangles! See? It's polybridge, man. Play polybridge in Kerbal. Seriously, it makes a difference. This thing's not going anywhere. Well, Trey, I literally did that this stream. Yeah, it's solid as a brick. Boom. It just blows up in my face. Hey, nobody said this was easy. All right. So how do we do that? How do we make this? How do we make that with this? Alright, so how about I start here? So we could strut. I gotta do that one right there. So I want to strut this tank to that tank, right? Because everything is clipping into each other. It's easy to do. So check this out. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this tank right here. We're gonna go into the baffles, into the tank here, do that. So we're running one strut from there to there. That is this strut right here. So remove that from symmetry. We've done that. Okay? Now I gotta run this one. So I'm gonna go in here, right? We're gonna run this to there. So get rid of that strut. Now we've run that one. Auto struts, grandparent part strut. So if you look, where the auto struts are going are literally mimicking this. See? The hierarchy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 right there. See the auto struts are exactly the same? Now the fairing isn't placed in the right spot, but you get the idea. Solid as a rock, tanks. This is my shooting hand. Alright, so now I'm gonna need struts that attach these two tanks together and struts that attach these two tanks together. And then on top of that, because we have a fairing shape here, it's like having another part down the center. I'm gonna strut tanks to each other, tanks to fairing, tanks to each other, tanks to fairing. Then this thing ain't gonna move. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're welcome. Well, thanks for nothing, Ian. Jeez. It may have been. So how about we run a strut there to there? That's one of those struts. We have two struts there. And my struts are triangulated. Now that should work. But we're not inside of the fairing. Ideally, I would want these to be occluded by the fairing. But then again, it is a physics-less part. So it really doesn't matter. Struts are physics-less, meaning that they're not physically simulated themselves, but they take the mass properties and they apply the properties of the strut to the part that they're attached to. So the tank is being occluded. So even if I strut it outside of the fairing, it's not a problem. All right, so let's take the time to clean these up, make them look right. But see, now there's a problem. We're still, with these parts, we're in 2 dimensions here. Right? Because it's flat. These tanks are not, obviously, flat. So, maybe we should put another one down there. I'm rocking the Wild West gunslinger look. It's the Red Dead look, dude. What's up, Honorby? How are you? I'm going to try to tuck these struts in as best as I can. And we're going to try to stitch this together, once again, like a trestle. I'm not sure just having a set of these on the top is a good idea. We might want to have a set on the bottom, because that means the tanks can do this. Just good catching up on the space stuff. Right on. Alright, so we've gotten that out of the way. Now it would be wise to run struts to the fairing here. So that's what these struts that I had in here before were. Alright. So that, now this one is strutted to the fairing shape. On top of its grandparent part strut. And now in here, I'm going to run one there like that. There we go. Now this one's strutted to there. Does it actually make a difference turning those struts around like that, or is that just for looks? Euler, it's for me. This is more of a user thing. It looks cool. Doesn't make that big of a difference, honestly. I take my time and place the struts like that because I know in my mind that those struts are supposed to be there. Sometimes Kerbal runs struts off in different directions. You ever have that happen? This is a good way for me to keep just mental track of what struts that I've messed with and what struts are just temporary, what struts aren't supposed to be there, what is supposed to be there. Yeah, it takes a second, but it's a good mental note for yourself. Well, it's a good mental note for me. See, like, if this was like this, I'd be like, okay, that looks like something that I placed there, but it's not like this. Like, they're not straight. So, is there a reason why I did that? Is there a reason why these struts are unfinished? It's just little kind of clues that I leave to myself just to make sure that, you know, like, sometimes, dude, I'm working on a design and I work on it on a Saturday night, right? Like here on the stream, and then I go and race, and then I have Sunday off, and then we come at it after the weekend, right? We come at it after the weekend, and I totally forgot what I was doing. This is a good way to leave a note for yourself to let you know what exactly you were messing with. It's a little visual cue. And that really helps, with me at least. And yeah, it does take a second. But with Kerbal, You never know when stuff's gonna randomly explode, right? So it's good to teach yourself good building habits. You don't want to screw anything up. Like, trust me, man, I've been doing this for a long time. You really want to make sure that you're not messing this stuff up. Is the X-brace in the same spot? Nope. And I'm telling you, this stuff takes, dude, it pays to get this stuff done right. You know, you guys as shareholders, I guess, in this will thank me later. Actually, I'm going to line it up to this side. There's a good reason for that, and I'll tell you what it is in a second. I think I placed these struts incorrectly. A buddy of mine just got a backseat ride in an F-16. Pulled 8.9 Gs. Jeez, man. Get it? Yeah, I'm a horrible person, I understand. He described it like getting run over by a truck. So, yeah, that sounds about right. It hurts. Okay. I'm wondering why these ones here are not lining up. But I suppose as long as I get the X in a similar spot, then it's okay. Seem a little bit offset, but that's, I suppose it's okay. And once again, like, Euler, I know this isn't the most entertaining thing to watch. Like, I'm sure people would much rather watch me fly missions and stuff, but this is the stuff that makes the missions better later. Like, we're able to, I've used the SSTO, we've used SN10 10 times. Have we ever had a problem with its structural integrity? Nope. The thing can literally tumble through re-entry and it won't break. It'll tumble through re-entry pulling like 20 or 30 Gs, flip end over end, and it ain't gonna break. Heck, I let one re-enter by itself, and I just said, screw it, I'm going somewhere else. It still didn't break. The tumbling is fixed, Crumpet. I landed it 2 times yesterday with no tumbling. Yeah, you just got to keep it high up in the atmosphere. And the reason why I did all that work with this is because when we go to make this, it should just work exactly the same. Should be the same thing. Alright, so we can get rid of the hierarchy example, right? Now, we've strengthened the connections to the fairing with a node attachment point. What I'm going to do is strengthen them again. By strutting these, by crossbarring these as well. Actually, you know what? Just to keep the part count down, because we're already a lot more parts than the original, I'll have these crosses up here. What I'm going to do back here is take the fairing, right? I'm going to run a strut from fairing to tank right here. Now, I'm not sure how much this is going to really make this, how much stronger it's going to make it, but Zidio, I had some problems with my tanks. I lost a prototype. I went to put this thing out on the runway and tried to put it through vibration testing by like putting it out on landing gear and toggling the gear over and over again. It exploded in my face. Yeah, I lost a $130,000 prototype and a $40,000 test article after that to confirm my damn findings. Yeah, so I've had better days, but hey, better now than later. Fail down here so you don't fail up there or something like that. Well, Jim, I wasn't wrong. It is as solid as a brick if you don't move it. If you move it, then it's... Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. Nasman. Yep. You ain't wrong, dude. Now what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to run a strut from here to the fairing. So we have struts from the fairing at the back of the tank and struts to the fairing at the front of the tank as well. So literally a brick. If you drop it, it shatters. Yep, pretty much. Now our connection to the fairing is node attached and strengthened threefold. This should... Well, we're gonna have to, yeah, pass structural and aero testing my butt. Yeah, get rid of that. Yep. All right, we ready to do another test? Well, we're gonna see some explosions. Hopefully we don't, but we might. Yeah, Crafter, there was some interior views posted yesterday during the press conference. It was really cool. Did we learn what happened to the crane yesterday? I fixed those problems, Crumpet. Yep. Mm-hmm. Is there a reason one of the front tanks is rotated inwards? I just tuned in. It's... Yeah, the arrow shell is going to be there. Yeah, rocket. Yeah, good old Kerbal structure. Dynamic test stand. You guys see anything moving? Nope. It's moving now. Don't explode. Ah! I'd say we're okay. I'd say we're all right. I'll do the same test as we did before, toggling the landing gear. Let's see what happens. We'll put one more test article out there and we'll see what happens. He just wants a belly rub. Banana. Alright, I'm gonna test it one more time. John, yeah, the 1 meter drop. I'm basically, dude, this is the real test. Like, that one worked and it was strong. The thing didn't move. It was nice and rigid until it hit the ground. I mean, I don't need to really make this thing litho break proof because I don't plan on litho breaking it, you know? At least I don't want it to. How about an actual dynamic test stand with cow controllers for various load profiles? I mean, the landing gear is basically doing that, dude. But here, let's see. Ready? We're doing vibration testing here more than load testing. I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're okay. Guys, I think we made a tank that's way stronger. The node attached with the struts is just fine. I think we're good. That went dude, it survived 3 Gs of load. That's 330% of gravity. I don't think we're going to experience that on liftoff. I think we're good. I would call that good. Any questions, comment, concerns? So gross my base of workers, lings, and built spires in the base. Oh gosh. Oh, you guys are talking about StarCraft. I'm like, wait, what? What? Have you considered putting canards on? I'll put canards on your mom. Got him. Gary is overjoyed with the tanks. Gary, what do you think? Man, he talks a lot. Man, that guy talks a lot, dude. Jeez. I know. All right, I'm gonna say this is a hard pass here. Hard pass on the tests. I mean, it really was it's a shock load, to be honest with you. I know, Merkers. Alright, you won't shut up. I think you still need a 1 meter belly drop. I mean, we basically, when I jumped it up on the landing gear, John, it basically did that. What would that do that my other test didn't a second ago? Honest question. Lateral stability? Oh, a belly drop. So this way. Oh, okay. Yeah. I got you. Alright. I know how to do that. So, we'll go up here, and I'll run struts in a similar manner for a lateral test, right? I was going to do lateral testing when we put the whole thing together, but we could do it here as well. I'll run struts in a similar manner to how I would run them on the SSTO itself. Hey, Vasya. Launch clamps? No. I got a better idea. Oh, hang on a second. I gotta run these over again. Once again, I'm just running the struts similar to how they would be on the SSTO. Backwards again. Did you hear about Bagram? No. Do I want to hear about Bagram, Creeper? Nice, Creeper. And good reference, Pace. Baltimore Colts. What's this, Bree?
Following the success of the first series, I'm delighted to say that there will be a second series of Clarkson's Farm.
Yeah, all right.
Now, all the team are back. Cheerful Charlie, Lisa, Gerald, and the fetus in the tractor.
Caleb's farm.
Following the success of the first series, I'm delighted
Yes.
to say that there will be a second
Caleb's
series
my favorite.
of Clarkson's
Yeah.
Farm.
You mean Caleb's farm?
Now,
No.
all the team are back. Cheerful Charlie, Lisa, Gerald, and the fetus in the tractor.
Caleb's farm.
Following the success of the
He's
first
still got the perm, dude. He's still got the freaking perm, man. That show is awesome. Yeah, Clarkson's Farm is fantastic. All right. All right, let's go. Lateral testing. Who is Gary? Oh, well, that's Gary over there. He talks way too much, dude. Like, but we put him on here. I put him on here because he wouldn't stop pestering me. Didn't think you'd watch a farm vlog series. I actually have. There's a couple of farmer vlogs that are out in Iowa that I watch from time to time. Drummer. Oddly enough. Okay, but who is he? He's the lead engineer for New Shepard. Alright, bobbly bobble test. Yeah, I know. It's funny, John, because he's very soft-spoken. So, like, they were watching New Shepard go up, and he was on the cast, and Arion, the host, was like, "Oh, man, this is great! I'm so excited!" And Gary's like, "I'm literally speechless. Yes, I enjoy what is happening." Like, unironically, which is really funny to me. Just a very soft-spoken dude. So, I made it a funny thing. Gary, you talk too much. Jeez. Alright, John, let's see what we got. Ready? Let's buck the tank, see what happens. It does look like that Boston Dynamics robot, doesn't it? I'm not sure, Tessa, maybe. Is the tank moving at all? I basically want these pieces to act like one piece. That's what I'm trying to do. That looks fine to me. The last thing I can think of, dudes, is would be a vibration test. If you guys want to do a vibration test, we could do that.
Discovery, go and throttle
Hey,
up.
Diamond, 60-month resub. Thanks, man. I mean, we could do a vibration test if we wanted to do that. I just need a rotor with a counterweight on it. I just don't know. How would we calculate the... Oh gosh, math. How would we be able to set the hertz on the vibration? I'm not saying that again, Buzz Sister. I'm not saying it again, man. I don't want it to blow up. Math. Yeah, we're gonna learn a new thing today. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? The RPM is hertz? Yeah, okay. Chat, you want a hertz donut? The rental car company, they make donuts. Hertz uses seconds, okay. So, if we're gonna do a vibration test, it needs to be on isolators. So we gotta put it on launch clamps so it isolates the vibration. We don't want this thing hopping around on the ground. I actually kind of want to go Mythbusters on this thing and see if we can actually blow it up with vibrations, but... no. Bring a cal to set the RPMs. I could just do it manually, it's fine. Found out about Pyewacket, the Pyewacket project today. Wacky, I don't know what that is. I mean, Wookie, we could do that. It's not a problem. I mean, this thing's gonna shake, dude. It's gonna shake a lot. So the cow controllers will just basically be able
Discovery, go and
to,
throttle up.
I'll just be able to operate these in tandem. Whole lot of shaking going on. That's a great song, JSP. I forgot about that song, dude. It's a song by Big Maybell. You're listening to the great green jewel, Diamond City Radio. Okay. All right, dudes. 10 out of 10. 23-month resub. All right, vibration testing. Ready? I want to see it. I want to see if this thing, if we could actually use vibrations to get this thing to explode. How crazy would that actually be? I wonder if Kerbal will even pick up on a resonant frequency like that. Do you think? Guys, I honestly don't know. Yeah, you think so? I think it will. It's been done. Oh, all right. Sweet. I've never done vibration testing on anything. Yeah, Ivo. I like the mission with the Brotherhood of Steel when you're in the vertibird, just freaking get some. That made me happy. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my goodness. Well, you can make vibration testing rigs, man. I'd say that this thing is pretty damn strong. Look at that thing. It's not... Dude, it ain't budging. It's built like a brick. No, I haven't, Vasya. Reginald! I disagree! What's he up to, Vasya? Let me see. That's actually pretty funny. Vibration testing. Red? Alright. Increasing all vibration. Oh my goodness. Dude, look at the struts. Oh! See what I mean? Struts work like ratchet straps, dude. They don't stay rigid. That's for sure. Look at the... That's actually really cool. Why is that so funny? Oh my god. Look at the struts wobble. I can't believe that, O-Force. Do you see that? Look at it. It's barely moving. I did, Jam. It's a vibration tester. What's the... What it... So 360. What? I mean, this is a pretty low frequency, right? Yeah, that's 6 hertz. Ooh, that's really low. No, I don't think so. Yeah, 360, yeah, divided by, yeah. This is like very low frequency vibrations here. I wonder what we could do to get high frequency vibrations. Well, we're not even close to... The thing is, dudes, where the heck are we gonna encounter high frequency vibrations? That's... Alright. Let's just try this. Let's go right to 11. I'm sorry, this is the goofiest thing we've ever made. What are we at, like 10 hertz here? Can you overclock RPM limit? Not sure. In high frequency vibration environments, of course. Of course. Guys, there's a hard 460 RPM limit. You'd have to stack rotors on rotors. Wow. Look at the struts, dude. Look at what vibration does to the struts in KSP. Look at that. Look at it bend. Isn't that nuts? That's actually really cool. That's a really cool thing to illustrate. Can we name it the Whirly Majigger? Oh, of course. Yeah, Wookie, I don't think... Dude, if it can take this, I'm pretty sure we're okay. Yep, ran out of EC. Alright, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be fine. Press space, you won't. You're right. It's a vibration test, Canadian. Yeah, that was a vibration test, and it passed. Passed great. Yeah, that was actually perfect. I mean, we got the RPMs on those things up to 460. So 460 divided by 60 gives us 7.6 hertz. I mean, that was like some really low frequency vibrations. I'm not entirely sure how we would simulate higher vibrations because we can't exceed 460 RPM. It's hard coded into Unity. The Wiggles! It's unlikely, Wookie. It's unlikely that we're gonna induce a 7 to 10 hertz vibration during landing. It's very unlikely. If anything, the landing gear will dampen that out, so it might bend just a little bit, but it's honestly, that way exceeded expectations. There's... Yeah, if there is a problem from this thing during landing, I can be pretty damn sure that it's not gonna come from those tanks, that's for sure. Time to put the whole prototype on a test rig? Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Raid, what's going on, dude? It's industrial paint shaker. That's it, Freaky. Rockets have to do stuff like that, dude. They have vibration test stands like that on purpose. And they literally just shake the rocket. Stuff like this, what you see here, has been built in real life. The Saturn V dynamic test stand. At Marshall. This thing is ridiculous. It's a gigantic Saturn V sized paint shaker. Seriously. Yeah, there's a launch plate that attaches to the bottom of the S1C, and that launch plate is on a hydrostatic bearing that and a flywheel that shakes. It can induce vibrations on the vehicle, just like it would encounter during liftoff and ascent. It's ridiculous. That thing is one of the tallest things in Alabama. Yeah, shuttle for scale. They used it on the space shuttle stack as well. Well, no, Hokey. The engineers pushing with their feet is inside of the VAB. The engineers pushing with their feet is inside of the VAB. What they were doing in that test is testing out the vehicle stabilization system on the mobile launcher. So the VSS is a little bit different. I forgot. I didn't spell system or vehicle right. So every tall rocket, the Saturn V, SLS will have a VSS as well. It's up here. The vehicle stabilization system. See this thing? This guy. That's the VSS. The VSS works like those clamps that SpaceX has on the top of Falcon 9's second stage. Very similar, only it bolts to the Saturn, right? And it's on a damping mechanism, and the engineers were pushing back and forth to make sure that the dampers were working correctly on the vehicle stabilizer. Yep. Push bill. What? Oh yeah, there it is. Yep. Thanks, Jim. See, they're testing the VSS. See, there it goes. See it absorb the movement? Pretty cool, huh? Heave ho! Heave ho! Heave ho! Imagine doing that with the Saturn V. I'd be like, are we sure it's gonna do that? Yep. Crazy, huh? Yep, the dynamic test stand, dude. It's frigging huge. Yeah. Freaking gigantic. I mean, you ain't gonna know, Hokey. How do you know that the VSS is going to work? Better to have a problem inside of the VAB where you have a crane to fix it than when you're out when you're dragging it out on the runway or on the crawlerway, right? We gotta build one for Freedom 10. Freedom 10 is... No, this is the new hotness, man. So with a little Googling, I found NASA's vibration test facility specifications. The general vibration lag, GVL, tests between 5 and 3,000 hertz. I don't know how the heck we would get 3,000 hertz from this thing, dude. I don't think it's possible. But either way, that was a cool little thing to test. We can really only test up to 7 hertz, right? Like, that's pretty rad though. That's pretty rad though that the thing stayed together. I mean, I don't think we're gonna, like, I don't know what this is gonna do against high frequency. Strapping engines to bearings. The game is hard-coded at a 460 RPM limit, guys. I can't exceed that. I can't spin anything faster. Yeah, Cabin, I'm with you on that one. I think that testing... dude, guys, I think that testing it where we tested it is more than enough to show that this tank is strong. We've done load testing on all 3 axes. I've done vibration testing on all 3 axes here. And... the only thing I haven't done is tested that, well... yeah, no, I tested load laterally. So laterally, longitudinally, or transverse and longitudinal load. I haven't tested load being exerted on it from this way, but I don't think we need to. I've tested this way, and I've tested that way, and then we did vibration testing at 7 hertz on all 3 axes. This thing is good, man. It ain't moving. So what I'm going to do is go back into prototype 3, the prototype that, well, exploded.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Hey, Anders. Nah, I'm telling you, freak, it's a hard RPM limit, dude. Unfortunately. Trust me, when I used to make helicopters back in the day before we had helicopter parts, I ran into this problem a lot. Okay, cool. That's all set. Okay. Okay. Yep. See, that one didn't run. I'm going to rerun that strut. I don't know what that strut is attaching to. So I'm going to make sure it comes in here and reattaches to the fairing. How fast can we make a piston extend and retract with a cow controller? You can make like a car that with switches, man. Like yeah, Tess, nah. Why is the landing gear messed up here? Those tanks are on the center line, aren't they? Okay. When's SPAC news? Oh, let me just put this structural prototype together and test it, and then I'm going to take a break, and then we'll go space news. Okie dokie? Now, if we did this right, our COM indicator that we put in here should be in the exact same spot. Oh, okay. Alright. Wait. Did all my struts just rerun? Yeah, they did. Yeah. The struts just reran when I reloaded the craft file. Unless this is the old tank design. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay. Get rid of that. I don't need any symmetry nodes attached to this thing, so load this up, don't save. Merge the right craft file, go in here like this. Place it. Check for the struts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Lower cross brace is good. Upper cross brace is good. Alright, cool. Move that back into position. Merge the same tank over. Symmetry on symmetry messes up struts, Wookie. I don't want to do it. Isn't that supposed to be tilted in? Like that? Right and left are different if you rotate a tank like that. Yeah, no, they're not. No, they aren't. It's a symmetrical tank, dude. How is that any different than using symmetry? It's symmetrical. You have an upside down tank and not a left tank here. That's not how that works. I understand what you're trying to say, but that's not how it works. What you're trying to get into is transforms. So this is basically a 180 degree rotated transform on the left side. It's a right tank that's been flipped 180 degrees, right? What happens when you use mirror symmetry is it's using an inverse scale. So an inverse scale would give you a perfectly symmetrical thing with a negative scale transform. That's how mirror symmetry works in this game. Mirror sim transform could work, but a lot of these struts are placed in symmetry, and I don't want symmetry on symmetry. The game gets confused when you do that. I don't want to do that. Look at the struts holding them together. They're different. Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. doesn't make that big of a difference, dude, but the only reason that they came in that way is because I merged it from another craft file. I made sure you saw me. You were here when you saw me make these struts symmetrical. Like, I don't understand why you think, I'm confused. I'm confused, man. How did I miss that? That thing should be tilted inward. Why isn't it tilted inward? It's not... The tank isn't right. I mean, Wookie, it doesn't even matter. I have to remake the tank because the tanks aren't placed correctly. I don't know why my other tank... Yeah, this needs to be placed like that. God damn it. Tank isn't placed correctly in the first place. We gotta do the testing again. I have to certify a new tank. Remove the certification on this. Frick. Alright. Well, that sucks. I'll make the prototype and then we'll go. It makes sense, Core. In cities, have you ever tried to maintain traffic using a road design like a Tesla valve? Yes. Actually. Yeah, I have. I'll make the strut symmetrical top to bottom, Wookie. So, yeah, it'll come in better this time, dude. I don't want to use mirror sim. Mirror sim detecting mirror symmetry works once, and then the game doesn't like it. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to save me some time. I get it, but it's not. It doesn't work that way. Like, it really, really doesn't like sim on sim. It's not a good way. You don't. Mirror, you can do it once, and then I can't touch the tanks. I'd rather do this way. And this is what I did with the other SSTO, with the small one. I'd rather build these things do it this way, and also on top of that, I'd rather build them in the exact same way that I built the other ones. Right? The whole reason I'm gonna get this thing done, in a couple of days is basically I just have to mimic the other one. What's that, Raid? NASA is seeking a challenge to the GrabCAD community to design a mobile lunar heliostat that can be used to support operations at the Artemis base camp by redirecting solar energy where it is most needed. The lunar teleoperated rover-based configurable heliostat lunar torch system serves as a cost-effective multi-purpose tool for lunar operations by manipulating a critical resource, sunlight. Alright, let me just make a new prototype here. It won't take very long. Okay, I redid those struts, the fairing struts. Excuse me. But Wookie, I do see what you're saying. I get it. I understand what you're trying to save me some time, and I do appreciate it. Alright. Anyway. Save this. Corsi, you can fake it. You can. I called them recirculators. I used recirculators, and they work for the wrong reasons. But the shape looks like a Tesla valve. Yeah. I made recirculators to help get traffic to go into a different lane. So it looks like a Tesla valve, but it's not synonymous in function. See, Wookie, I should be able to get this. Alright, so I need top strut here like that. Top strut here like that. Actually, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wookie, you might not... Can I... Hold on. Am I stupid? Hold on. What do I use symmetry? Okay, hang on, Wookie. All right, hold on a second here. I think I misunderstood. I'm pretty sure I did. So, you're saying that? Like that? Is this what we're talking about here? So, we're talking do something like this, right? But since we're vertical and both in mirror symmetry, it comes in completely mirrored. Yep. No, that's a good idea. No, sorry, I apologize. I thought you were talking about something else. I thought you were talking about duplicating the tanks 2 over in mirror, and I'm like, why the hell would you do that? No. But for the struts, yeah, no, this is a good idea. Yeah, good call. I could just remove these right from symmetry right now, and I know they're perfectly symmetrical. That's a good idea. Good job. For what could we use a Tesla valve? We're not talking about KSP switching. I'm talking about in cities, dude. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good build technique right there. Just remove it from sim when you're done. Perfect. No, City Skylines the video game, dude. I do, Switchio, you haven't seen it, but once upon a time, and I've played from time to time. I played Cities the other day. I play city building games, and I teach people about civil engineering, particularly like road design and train track design and stuff. You can teach an old dog new tricks. You calling me old? Alright, well, I'm gonna have to recertify this tank, guys. One Minecraft. You're probably not going to see much variety this week, human, because of the deadline. I saw cities when I was lurking. I meant an IRL Tesla valve. Oh, I forget what it does, dude. I forget what it does. I know what it is. It looks like leaves on a tree. I forget what the hell a Tesla valve does. I'll be honest with you. I knew it at one point, man. Which cities mods are essential? Move it. The move it tool, Spotulous. A Tesla valve is a no parts moving one-way valve. Cool. It restricts flow in one direction. That's cool. Alright. We're gonna have to do more bouncy tank stuff. But we could do that on the other side of Space News, dudes. This thing needs cert. Do not use. And let me go to prototype 3. These are the non-upgraded tanks. Literally delete them. And just leave the struts there. And we should probably do a bonk test with this thing, honestly, to make sure that the front tank wasn't the culprit either. Need to bonk test front tank. Cool. Oh yeah, a Tesla valve. Yeah, it's possible. All right.